Welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stone set a tranquil rhythm as I stood at the entrance of the time-worn cave, my lantern casting a warm, flickering glow on the aged rock walls. Fragrant earthiness filled the air, a blend of wet moss and mineral-rich water, carrying whispers of centuries untouched by human hands. As a geologist, I had treaded through countless caves, yet this one held a unique allure, a sense of closeness, as if the very stone breathed in harmony with me. Each step I took echoed softly, accompanied by the gentle splash of water droplets trickling from stalactites above, forming shimmering puddles beneath my feet. The limestone formations caught the light of my lantern, casting dancing shadows that seemed to move with a life of their own. Pausing now and then, I traced my fingers along the cool, damp walls, feeling the subtle textures that narrated tales of geological epochs spanning eons. The tunnel gradually widened, leading into a chamber where the ceiling soared beyond the reach of my lantern's glow. The chamber resounded with the melodic drip of water into small pools, each droplet adding to a natural symphony that reverberated through the space. As I ventured forth, my boots left faint imprints in the fine silt carpeting the ground. It was then that I noticed something curious. Delicate footprints in the silt, distinct from my own. These prints, smaller and more intricate, appeared and vanished sporadically, as if their maker had danced through the chamber. Fresh they seemed, yet no recent visitors had marked their presence at the cave's entrance, and the remote locale rendered casual exploration improbable. The air grew cooler as I followed the mysterious footprints deeper into the labyrinthine cave system. The rain's distant murmur had faded, replaced by the soft dripping of water and another sound, a sound that made me halt, holding my breath to discern it more keenly. Faint but unmistakable, the echo of footsteps, always a whisper away. Driven by curiosity, I pressed on. The cave's passages twisted and turned, creating natural archways adorned with delicate mineral formations that glinted like celestial bodies in the lantern's glow. The footprints I trailed seemed to navigate effortlessly, never faltering at the numerous intersections we encountered. Time flowed like a tranquil river as I walked, though my watch insisted only 45 minutes had elapsed since I entered the cave. The temperature stabilized, and the air bore a sweet, mineral perfume reminiscent of spring water. Occasionally, movements flickered at the edge of my vision, but upon turning, I found only the gentle sway of shadows cast by my lantern. The footsteps drew nearer, their rhythm synchronizing with my heartbeat. Yet an anomaly lingered in their sound. They seemed to emanate from above rather than ahead. Raising my lantern higher, I illuminated natural shelves in the cave wall, ascending like a stairway of giants. Abruptly, the footprints I pursued veered upward, defying gravity as they continued along the wall. My logical mind sought explanations, peculiar mineral formations, play of light and shadow, or perhaps my imagination weaving illusions in the silent embrace of the cave. As I pondered the inexplicable tracks, a soft humming filled the chamber. A wordless melody resonated from the very rock, rising and falling like gentle tides. The footsteps ceased, replaced by this ethereal music that imbued the air with a subtle vibrancy. My lantern's flame flickered without a breath of wind, and shadows on the walls danced in harmony with the humming. No fear gripped me, only a profound serenity and awe, as if I had unearthed something ancient and wondrous awaiting discovery. Seating myself on a smooth boulder, I surrendered to the humming's embrace. The cave's ambience grew dreamlike, and I swayed gently to the melody's cadence. Water droplets descended in perfect synchrony with the music, creating golden ripples in the pools that mirrored my lantern's light. Time lost significance as I sat there, absorbed in the cave symphony. The footsteps occasionally returned, now swirling around me in graceful arcs, yet no compulsion drove me to pursue them. Instead, I existed in that moment, becoming one with the cave's primordial rhythm. When I chose to depart, the footprints had vanished, leaving no trace in the silty ground. The humming gradually faded as I retraced my steps through the passages, its melody etched vividly in my mind. The cave appeared altered on my journey back, not diminished in size or mystique, but more intimate, as if we shared a clandestine bond. At the cave's mouth I paused, gazing into the darkness. The rain had ceased, and the setting sun cast elongated shadows into the cave's depths. While standing there, a lone set of footprints materialized in the silt beside me, created by unseen steps that traversed past and dissolved into the sunlight. The cave whispered a parting echo, not of footsteps this time, but of soft laughter that faded like a pleasant reverie. Even now, I find myself humming that unearthly melody when exploring other caves, and occasionally, in the profound quietude underground, I catch distant footsteps echoing my tune, dancing just beyond reach, ever close. Story 2. The gentle patter of autumn rain against my window crafted a soothing melody, a natural lullaby serenading the night. Nestled in my beloved armchair, enveloped in the cozy embrace of a woolen blanket, I observed as darkness tenderly enveloped the aging garden beyond. Each raindrop captured the dwindling daylight, evolving into liquid silver cascading down the glass panes. Amid this tranquil moment, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a soft green light. Initially, it shimmered as a faint glow amidst the ancient oak trees in the distant garden, barely discernible through the veil of rain. Swaying gently like an old lantern carried by unseen hands, the light possessed a unique hue. Not the harsh artificial green of modern LEDs, but a gentle, almost phosphorescent shade reminiscent of fireflies on a summer night. Entranced by this mysterious radiance, I found myself captivated, my gaze following its mesmerizing dance among the trees. The rain continued its melodic symphony, harmonizing with the occasional whisper of wind through the foliage. Memories of my grandmother's tales about the spirits rumored to inhabit the ancient garden resurfaced, her stories woven in a soft, melodic voice. As a child, I had dismissed them as bedtime fables to ignite my imagination. Yet as I watched the ethereal green glow, a familiar sense of wonder stirred within me. Rising from my seat, I pressed my palm against the cool window, tracing the path of a raindrop with my fingertip. To my surprise, the green light seemed to respond to my touch, intensifying slightly, its movements growing more deliberate. It began to trace intricate patterns through the trees, leaving behind a faint trail of shimmering luminescence that lingered like a fading dream. The grandfather clock in the hallway chimed 9, its resonant tones reverberating through the silent house. Each toll seemed to ripple through the air, synchronizing perfectly with the pulsing of the green light. My breath fogged the window as I stood transfixed by this enigmatic interplay of light and sound. Fueled by a blend of curiosity, both familiar and foreign, I reached for my raincoat. As I draped it over my shoulders, redolent of old books and wood smoke that had permeated the house for years, I noticed the green light had stilled, as if beckoning. The rain had dwindled to a gentle mist, carrying the earthy fragrance of wet soil and autumn leaves on the evening breeze. The garden path felt different beneath my feet that night, the old stones emitting a soft squelching sound with each step. Droplets of water cascaded from the branches above, creating a gentle percussion that accompanied my journey. Drawing closer to the light, the air thickened, bearing an electric charge that raised the fine hairs on my arms. Amidst the trees, the green light maintained its vigilant watch. Up close, it appeared not as a lantern, but a spherical glow hovering at chest height. its edges blurred like a watercolor left in the rain, casting peculiar shadows that transformed ordinary shapes into mysterious forms, ever shifting with perspective. A subtle warmth radiated from the sphere, not fiery or electric, but organic, akin to the sun-warmed soil in spring. Standing before it, raindrops fell leisurely around the light, as if time itself had slowed. Each droplet captured the green luminescence, creating a constellation of tiny emerald stars suspended in midair. The sphere resumed its movement, purposeful this time, leading me deeper into the garden. I followed, my steps cushioned by centuries of fallen leaves. Our path meandered through unfamiliar terrain, winding amidst trees I had known all my life, now appearing different under the ethereal light. The air filled with the heady scent of night-blooming flowers previously unnoticed, their fragrance sweet yet alien. Time lost its grip as I walked, marked solely by the steady rainfall and my quiet breath. The sphere paused intermittently, ensuring my continued pursuit, before proceeding on its mysterious course. In these moments of stillness, a faint melody, not quite tangible, hinted at the essence of childhood songs. Eventually, we reached a clearing unknown to me, though I thought I knew every corner of the garden. At its heart stood an ancient stone well, adorned with moss and delicate ferns. The green light hovered above it, casting its radiance into the depths below. Drawing closer, I discerned intricate symbols carved into the well's stone rim, symbols that seemed to shift and morph when I tried to focus on them directly. Slowly, the sphere descended into the well, causing the stone symbols to emit a faint glow of their own, orchestrating a mesmerizing play of light and shadow. The air vibrated with an ancient, knowing energy, as if a presence long awaited this moment. Leaning over the well's edge, I watched as the green light delved deeper, revealing glimpses of other lights below, blues, purples, and golds, dancing in mysterious harmony. The sound of water acquired a musical quality, resonating from depths that defied logic. Stepping back from the well, I realized the rain had ceased entirely. The night air hung tranquil, the garden holding its breath in anticipation of something beyond comprehension. Though the green light had vanished, the well's symbols continued to softly glow, pulsating in rhythm with my heartbeat. Guided by a distant memory of the path, both minutes and hours old, I retraced my steps to the house. The garden seemed altered, or perhaps I had changed. The trees appeared to bow slightly as I passed, their leaves whispering enigmatic secrets just beyond reach. At my window, I glanced back to where the well should have been, yet only familiar shadows and trees greeted my gaze. On quiet, rainy evenings since then, I still sit by the window, observing the garden. Sometimes, under the perfect alignment of rain and earthy scents carried by the wind, I catch a glimpse of that gentle green glow amid the trees. It calls to me, promising further revelations, yet I've learned that some mysteries are meant to linger in the delicate balance between knowledge and awe. The well has not reappeared, at least not where I first encountered it. But on certain nights, the faint echo of water and music rises from deep beneath the garden, accompanied by the soft pulse of green light dancing at the edge of perception. I've come to realize that the greatest mysteries require no unraveling. They simply need to be embraced, experienced, allowing their gentle transformation to shape our being. Story 3. The whisper of the autumn wind danced through the naked branches above, carrying a delicate fragrance of decay and reminiscence. My steps tread softly upon the ancient dirt path, cushioned by a carpet of fallen leaves, nature's own hushed melody. The early evening air bore the distinct essence of October, crisp yet tender, enfolding me like a well-worn leather glove. Familiar with this path, tonight felt different, an unspoken shift in the atmosphere. Was it the mist that clung low to the ground, twirling around the aged trees like spectral tendrils, or the eerie stillness, broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves in the dwindling light? A broken candle, the first of many, caught my eye, It lay askew at the path's edge, its pure wax cleanly split in half, untouched by flame. I paused, bending to inspect the pristine break, almost surgically precise. The wick remained virginal, never kissed by fire. Continuing on, my pace deliberate, I noticed another broken candle, then another, forming a trail of shattered sentinels meticulously placed along the path's border. Nightfall hastened, the forest cloaked in darkness. The mist thickened, shrouding all beyond a few feet in a rolling fog. The chill deepened, prompting me to draw my jacket tighter. Following the broken candle trail, I sensed a subtle shift in the air, heavy with an inexplicable energy. Silence enveloped me, my breath a mere whisper in the quietude. Each broken candle seemed to emit a faint glow, a trick of the light or my mind's play in the encroaching gloom. The path twisted deeper into the forest, where trees intertwined overhead, forming natural archways. The broken candles persisted in their vigil, guiding me further into the wood's heart. Though a voice urged retreat, a mysterious force impelled me onward, like a moth drawn to flame. The breaks in the candles grew more erratic, no longer clean and precise, but jagged and violent. Some twisted, others crushed, yet their spacing remained consistent, leading me into the shadows. The fog thickened, tangible as cotton, tingling with an electric charge. The air turned colder, my breath visible in small clouds. Ahead, a clearing emerged, candles illuminating a perfect circle. Unlike the broken ones, these stood tall, unblemished, their white wax glowing softly. At the circle's center stood a black candle, its darkness absorbing what little light remained. Stepping into the clearing, my footsteps resounded in the profound silence. The arranged candles pulsed with an inner light, devoid of flame. The black candle's split surface, unlike the others, revealed polished obsidian beneath. As my fingers brushed it, a deep, resonant hum reverberated through me. The white candles intensified their glow, the split in the black candle widening slowly, beckoning me inward. Not physically, but on a primal level, stirring something within my consciousness. Enthralled, I watched as the forest faded, the fog thickening until only the candles and the black void remained. Time lost meaning, minutes merging with hours. Emerging from the darkness within the split candle, ethereal shapes danced, hinting at ancient truths just beyond reach. The hum shifted, almost melodic, evoking a sense of familiarity. The patterns within the split candle wove intricate geometries, revealing ineffable truths. Eventually, as the fog dispersed and the candle's glow faded, I took a step back, the patterns fading into darkness. Slowly, the forest reemerged. Retracing my path through the darkened woods, the broken candles had vanished, leaving no trace. The fog lifted, unveiling a starlit sky. Sometimes I return to that path, seeking another broken candle, another trail to the clearing. Yet it eludes me. On quiet nights, as the wind caresses the trees and mist rises, I sense the echo of that resonant hum, stirring a deep place within me. I ponder the patterns within the split black candle, the truths they unveiled, and the part of me that recognized them. In my dreams, those patterns reappear, almost decipherable. Perhaps some mysteries are best left unsolved, lingering in the twilight between knowing and unknowing, where wonder and uncertainty intermingle in the encroaching darkness. Story 4. In the hushed embrace of the forest, raindrops whispered secrets to the leaves, painting a tranquil symphony as I wandered along the winding path. Each step I took was cushioned by a soft bed of pine needles, muffling the sound in a lullaby of nature's making. The fading light of late afternoon filtered through the canopy above, casting a dreamlike haze over everything it touched. A rich tapestry of scents enveloped me, the earthy perfume of damp soil, the sweet allure of wild mushrooms scattered like hidden treasures. These solitary walks had always been my refuge, but today the woods held a different allure, a mysterious pull that tugged at my senses. The familiar path twisted in unfamiliar ways, and the towering sentinels of the forest, ancient and wise, leaned in closer, as if beckoning me forward. Their branches swayed in a breeze unseen, weaving stories in the rustling leaves high above. Venturing deeper into the woods, a delicate mist began to rise, curling around the tree trunks like spectral fingers, while a subtle chill danced along my skin, raising goosebumps in its wake. The rain, now a gentle melody, urged me onward with its persistent rhythm, guiding my steps into the heart of the unknown. Through the veils of mist, a sight caught my eye. Weathered stone walls, draped in verdant moss, emerged from the forest's embrace. Standing no taller than my chest, they formed an entrance to a labyrinth of ancient design, a puzzle unseen in all my years of wandering these woods. The stones exuded a curious warmth under my touch, humming a forgotten tune that resonated deep within. The velvet moss glowed softly, a whispered light guiding me as daylight waned. Without a conscious choice, I followed the labyrinth's twisting paths, each turn revealing new wonders etched in stone. Patterns shifted and danced. Mosses and lichens painted the walls in hues of emerald, silver, and midnight blue. Strange flowers bloomed in the crevices, their petals shimmering like moonlit dewdrops. The world outside faded away as I delved deeper, lost in a realm where time held no sway. The rain's melody shifted once more, matching the cadence of my heart, while the mist wove intricate patterns mirroring the labyrinth's ancient designs. In the distance, wind chimes sang a wordless song, blending with the whispers of the trees in a harmony that spoke to the soul. Shadows in the mist hinted at figures unseen, ephemeral shapes that danced on the edge of perception. Turning a corner, I discovered a circular clearing within the labyrinth, a pool of still water at its heart, reflecting the darkening sky above. Stone benches encircled the pool, their surfaces alive with the same shifting patterns that adorned the walls. Seating myself upon one bench, I felt the stone's warmth seep through my clothes, as raindrops created ephemeral ripples on the pool's surface, carrying specks of light that twirled and faded into the depths. Visions stirred in the pool's reflection. A library of books that turned their own pages, a garden where flowers bloomed and withered in an eternal dance, a staircase spiraling into infinite darkness. Were these glimpses of reality, echoes of distant realms, or simply tricks of the mind in this enchanted place? Lost in contemplation, I felt the labyrinth's melody seep into my being, blurring the lines between self and surroundings. As time slipped through my grasp, I noticed a change in the path before me. Where one entrance had stood, now three paths diverged into the mist-shrouded unknown. The walls pulsed with a gentle light, casting shifting shadows that seemed alive, beckoning me to choose a way forward. Uncertainty tugged at me, urging a return to the familiar, but an inner knowing whispered that each path held its own destination, unseen yet inevitable. Selecting a passage at random, the chimes chimed louder, then faded into the background, replaced by a haunting melody that seemed to resonate from the very stones themselves. The mist unfurled like a curtain, revealing the next steps of my journey one by one. Fear gave way to a profound serenity, a trust in the unseen forces guiding my path through this realm of wonder. The rain's gentle caress persisted, the mist's ethereal dance continued, and above, stars twinkled in a sky unseen, casting their light upon a world of mystery. The forest path I knew had vanished, replaced by the familiarity of my own garden, the stone walls now blooming bushes, the shifting patterns fading into ordinary shadows. The rain had ceased, yet droplets lingered on leaves, capturing the fading light in a myriad of prisms. Still, echoes of the labyrinth lingered in my senses, flickering at the edges of awareness, whispers of a forgotten song calling me back to its hidden paths. On rainy days when mist rises and light softens, I find myself searching for that elusive entrance among the trees, wondering if the labyrinth still waits, a beacon for those in need of its enchantment. Perhaps it exists only in the liminal spaces between waking and dreaming, a mirage of the mind, or perhaps it endures beyond sight, revealing itself to those attuned to its magic. The memory of the labyrinth remains with me, a gentle reminder of the mysteries that lie beyond explanation, waiting to be embraced. The rain still falls, the mist still rises, and in a forest of reality or reverie, the ancient stones continue their dance with time and memory, a silent symphony for wanderers yet to come. Story 5. In the hush of the night, the gentle patter of rain against ancient stone walls weaves a lulling melody that echoes through the grand castle's empty halls. Nestled in my temporary quarters, I observe as raindrops meander down leaded glass windows, their journey illuminated by distant flashes of lightning. The soft flicker of candlelight waltzes across the walls, casting warm shadows that seem to exhale with the dance of the flames. Recently entrusted as the caretaker of this majestic edifice, I arrived just before the autumn storms unfurled their tempestuous embrace. The former caretaker's sudden departure left behind a solitary leather-bound journal, brimming with enigmatic musings and peculiar observations. Its pages exude the musty scent of time, mingled with hints of lavender or dried roses that linger in the air like a whispered secret. The castle itself stands as a masterpiece of medieval artistry, its weathered stones cradling centuries of tales within their rugged surfaces. Tapestries drape the walls, their colors softened by age, yet still narrating stories of long-forgotten feasts and revelries. In the stillness, when the wind falls quiet, I catch whispers of ancient celebrations carried on ethereal drafts that wind through the corridors in perpetuity. As the storm intensifies this night, a peculiar phenomenon captures my attention in the great hall. The play of shadows under the candlelight reveals a subtle anomaly, an elusive presence akin to smoke drifting through water. It evokes memories of a passage in the old caretaker's journal, recounting what he dubbed the breathing of the castle. Initially dismissed as the fanciful tales of a solitary soul, I now find myself uncertain. Descending the spiral staircase, my steps hushed by a plush carpet runner, the air grows cooler, carrying the earthy essence of the castle's ancient roots. The vast expanse of the great hall sprawls before me, its towering ceiling vanishing into darkness above. Rain continues its steady percussion against the lofty windows, crafting a serene backdrop to my exploration. Moving through the chamber, I detect subtle shifts in temperature. Pockets of air slightly warmer or cooler than their surroundings. It mirrors the sensation of stepping into sunlit patches on a cloudy day, yet here no sun casts its glow. A reference in the journal maps out these anomalies, termed the castle's breath by the former caretaker. The tapestries flutter gently, though no breeze stirs the air I can perceive. Approaching a particularly exquisite tapestry depicting a medieval hunt, its threads gleaming dimly in the subdued light, a sensation of being watched envelops me. Not with malice, but with a curious gaze, as if the castle itself is studying its latest guardian. The journal reveals similar encounters, detailed in intricate passages. The previous caretaker began to discern patterns in the castle's behavior. The rooms that would warm prior to a storm, the tapestries that would shift in specific sequences, the very air pulsating with a gentle, rhythmic cadence akin to a slumbering giant's breath. Hours drift by as I explore, my own observations intertwining with those of the past. The storm outside crescendos, yet within these ancient walls a profound sense of tranquility envelops me. The thunder, instead of menacing, resonates like the contented exhalations of an age-old entity. Lightning briefly illuminates the stained glass windows, casting kaleidoscopic hues that pirouette across the stone floors. In the library, a remarkable discovery awaits. The former caretaker noted that during fierce storms, the books would rearrange themselves in mysterious configurations. Tonight, I witnessed leather-bound tomes subtly shifting on their shelves, their spines aligning in patterns that catch the light in novel ways. It's not eerie, rather, it feels akin to observing a clandestine performance, as if the castle is divulging one of its enigmas to me. The grandfather clock tolls midnight, its deep resonance permeating the vacant chambers. As the final chime fades, I sense another shift in the room's atmosphere. The air crackles with anticipation, reminiscent of a prelude to a summer rain. Yet instead of building to a climax, it settles into a gentle warmth that enfolds me like a comforting embrace. Drawn to a specific section of the library where the former caretaker had dedicated much of his time, evidenced by the well-loved chair and the dense notes in his journal, I observe shadows pirouetting in a manner that almost resembles inscriptions on the walls. The old caretaker endeavored to decipher these ethereal messages, filling pages with potential interpretations. As night deepens, I comprehend his fascination. The castle transcends mere stone. It embodies a living essence in its own unique guise. The stones do not merely retain memories, they exhale them into the air, imparting them to those willing to listen. In the journal's closing entry, the previous caretaker inscribed a sentiment that now resonates deeply. The castle does not divulge its mysteries, it shares them, akin to a grandmother recounting tales to a cherished grandchild. The enigmas are not meant for unraveling, but for experiencing, for immersing oneself within. Each night bequeaths fresh murmurs, new patterns, new breaths of ancient air, laden with fragments of bygone eras. As I pen my inaugural entry in a fresh journal, the storm persists in its gentle siege upon the castle walls. Shadows continue their graceful waltz, tapestries sway, and the air pulses with its enigmatic warmth. I realize that my purpose here transcends uncovering the castle's secrets or deciphering its mysteries. I am here to partake in its ongoing narrative, to interweave my breath with its ancient rhythms, to join the multitudes who have traversed these hallways and sensed the tranquil, living essence within its confines. The candlelight flickers, and my shadow merges with those that cavort across the walls. In the distance, a door creaks softly, and a smile twitches at my lips, understanding that the castle is simply turning another page in its eternal chronicle. This night, as the storm envelops us both, I feel I have discovered not solely a role or a dwelling, but a sanctuary within these vibrant walls, where each night unfurls new whispers of old legends, and every shadow promises another gentle enigma waiting to be embraced. Story 6. The gentle hum of my car's engine harmonized with the soft patter of rain on the windshield, creating a tranquil melody that synchronized with the steady rhythm of my heartbeat. The night enveloped my vehicle like a plush velvet cloak, punctuated only by the warm radiance of my headlights slicing through the obsidian darkness. It felt like I had been driving for an eternity, yet my watch stubbornly insisted that only 45 minutes had elapsed since I departed the cozy diner where I had paused for a cup of coffee. The road ahead unfurled endlessly, a ribbon of dark asphalt vanishing into the misty shroud of night. Towering pine trees flanked both sides, their branches swaying ever so gently in the autumn breeze, casting ethereal shadows that danced across my path. The air filtering through the cracked window carried the earthy fragrance of damp soil and pine needles, a scent that typically brought solace, but tonight carried an inexplicable intensity, an almost unearthly quality. A peculiar realization dawned upon me. The mile markers seemed to be repeating themselves. Initially brushing it off as a trick of fatigue, the pattern grew unmistakable with each passing mile. Marker 47, then 48, 49, 50, and inexplicably, 47 would reappear. My logical mind attempted to rationalize. Perhaps multiple sections of road shared the same numbering system, or maybe wariness clouded my perception. The soft jazz playing on the radio dissolved into static, prompting me to reach for the dial, yet no clear signal emerged regardless of how I twisted it. Amidst the white noise, faint whispers emerged, too indistinct to decipher but palpable enough to raise the hairs on my neck. Opting for the soothing sounds of rain and the rhythmic swipe of the wipers, I silenced the radio. As the night deepened, I discerned other vehicles on the road, or rather, the same vintage car, resurfacing in my rearview mirror at precise intervals. An antique model, possibly from the 1950s, its dull chrome trim glinting in my taillights. Each appearance was followed by a consistent 3-minute interval at an exact distance before vanishing around a bend, only to reappear when I glanced back. The clock on the dashboard displayed 11:47 p.m., a time that seemed frozen since I first noted the recurring mile markers, an hour that felt like an eternity ago. Halting at a rest area to collect my thoughts and seek guidance from a fellow traveler, I encountered an empty parking lot bathed in the warm glow of a solitary streetlight casting a golden cone on the glistening pavement. Stepping out, the air felt dense and sluggish, as though time itself had congealed. The rain had dwindled to a delicate mist, suspended in the luminous aura. An aged wooden information board stood at the lot's edge, its weathered surface bearing an unfamiliar map with perplexing non-Euclidean road patterns. Nestled in a corner, a handwritten note read, "Time is a circle here. The journey never ends, it just changes you." Returning to my car, the vintage vehicle from my mirror stood parked 3 spaces away, immaculate despite the rain, emanating the essence of aged leather and pipe tobacco, as though its driver had recently vacated. Resuming my journey, subtle alterations in the landscape captured my attention. The trees appeared taller, their branches extending over the road like natural arches, eluding my headlights' reach. The once distant fog now undulated across the road in lazy undulations, forming fleeting visages and shapes that dissolved in an instant. Successive rest areas mirrored one another, down to the puddle formations on the asphalt, each hosting the vintage car parked 3 spaces apart, vacant yet pulsating with a spectral presence. Days seemed to pass as I traversed this road, though my watch obstinately clung to 11:47 p.m. The fuel gauge remained steadfast at half full, and the coffee in my cup retained its comforting warmth. Encountering fellow travelers along this interminable road, their serene countenances as they glided past prompted contemplation. Were they too ensnared in this gentle cycle of time and space? A strange allure beckoned, a sense of tranquility in a realm where time held no sway, where the voyage itself morphed into both destination and purpose. The whispers in the static now bore a melodic familiarity, the fog's ephemeral shapes akin to old acquaintances. I began to grasp the note's cryptic message about the transformative nature of the journey. Each passage of mile marker 47 unveiled a novel revelation, a hidden arboreal pattern, a subtle alteration in light quality, a fresh harmony in the hushed static. While the road remained constant, my perception evolved, akin to a musical composition revealing deeper layers with each rendition. Amidst the unending night, the prospect of unearthing rare and precious discoveries in this perpetual journey dawned upon me. The rain persisted in its gentle cadence on the windshield, mile marker 47 beckoning ahead. Embracing the enigmatic allure of a road sans terminus, I anticipated exploring new revelations that had lingered all along, awaiting my evolution to unveil them. In this realm where the road never concludes, each twist unraveled a hidden secret. Each turn unfurled a fresh mystery. Each moment sculpted a new iteration of self. Energized by the soothing purr of my engine, the tranquil rain, and the murmured secrets of a road without end, I pressed forward, embracing infinite beginnings amidst the perpetual night. Story 7. The soft patter of rain on my bedroom window stirred me from a deep slumber, its gentle rhythm a lullaby in the early morning darkness. Such sounds had always brought me solace, but on this night they carried a whisper of the unknown, a mysterious calling that urged me to listen closely. The raindrops seemed to murmur words just beyond my grasp, like secrets shared in hushed tones. Intrigued, I rose from my bed and approached the window, compelled by an unseen force to peer outside. The world beyond was veiled in a thick fog, its ethereal glow casting a mesmerizing aura over the familiar shapes of trees and houses, turning them into enigmatic silhouettes. Amidst this mist, a faint blue light pulsed in the distance, barely discernible through the veil of haze. It beckoned to me with a silent urgency that I could not resist. Draping myself in a warm wool sweater, I ventured out into the cool, damp air. The fog caressed my skin like a gentle embrace, carrying with it the scent of salt water, a scent out of place in our landlocked surroundings. Yet there it was, unmistakable and surreal, hinting at a presence beyond our understanding. Following the pulsing light, the solid ground beneath my feet shifted imperceptibly. Grass turned to sand, fine and damp between my toes, though I had not removed my shoes. The transition was so gradual that I scarcely noticed when the suburban streets faded away, replaced by endless dunes disappearing into the misty unknown. The blue light intensified as I advanced, its cadence harmonizing with the ghostly echoes of waves that now replaced the rain's steady beat. Each pulse illuminated the fog from within, crafting watery patterns that danced in the shifting mists. In those fleeting moments of clarity, I glimpsed a colossal form emerging in the distance, the outline of an ancient sailing vessel, its masts soaring skyward like skeletal fingers. Time seemed to lose its grip in this otherworldly realm, flowing like molasses through my senses. Each step I took felt both fleeting and eternal. The ship loomed larger in my vision, yet remained just beyond reach, as if painted onto the very fabric of the fog itself. Its ragged sails fluttered in an unseen breeze, and the aged wood groaned with the weight of forgotten years. Amidst the hushed whispers of unseen voices and the enigmatic vessel before me, I discerned a narrative woven from threads of myth and mystery. The figures in the mist, ephemeral and elusive, spoke of a ship that traversed the boundaries of reality and dreams, appearing only on nights when the veils between worlds grew thin. As I gazed upon the phantom ship, its features shifted like shadows in the fog. The figurehead morphed from mermaid to sea serpent to grieving woman and back again. The number of masts fluctuated with each pulse of blue light, and the ship's size wavered, at times diminutive as a fishing boat, at others grand as the mightiest vessels of lore. Water began to seep around my feet, rising steadily without a single ripple to disturb its glassy surface. I stood ankle-deep in the tranquil pool, where the reflections mirrored the ship in its former glory. Billowing sails, gleaming brass, and a crew of spectral mariners moving with silent purpose across the deck. With a final, intense pulse of the blue light, the passengers and crew materialized before me, frozen in a moment outside of time. Their faces bore an otherworldly serenity, their gazes fixed on me, mirroring the guiding light that had drawn me into this ethereal realm. They were not lost souls, but willing voyagers, existing in a realm of endless possibilities. The water receded, carrying with it the vivid tableau before me. The ship's outline blurred into the fog, melding seamlessly with the mist until it became indistinguishable from the surrounding haze. The whispers faded, merging with the distant murmur of unseen waves. Turning to depart, I found the path home altered, the landscape transformed into unfamiliar shapes beneath the shroud of night. Yet guided by an unseen hand, my feet navigated the shifting sands, leading me back through the evolving terrain. The briny air gave way to the familiar scent of rain as I returned to my room, watching as the dawn's light dispersed the lingering fog. The blue light had vanished, leaving only a trace of sea salt on my sweater as evidence of the night's surreal journey. In my pocket, I discovered a smooth, weathered fragment of sea glass, its hue matching the guiding beacon that had led me through the nocturnal haze. On quiet, rainy nights, a hint of that ethereal blue light lingers in the distance, a reminder of the spectral ship that sails between realms of possibility. It appears differently each time, a fleeting vision that eludes my grasp. Yet, I keep the sea glass on my windowsill, a talisman of that mysterious night, and sometimes, In the thick embrace of fog, I hear the distant whispers beckoning me to once again explore the waters of imagination, where truth and fantasy converge in the ebb and flow of endless tales. Story 8. As the gentle rain tapped against my windshield on that autumn evening, a tranquil melody enveloped me as I navigated the road ahead. The worn wipers swayed back and forth in a hypnotic rhythm, whisking away the delicate droplets that gathered like glistening pearls. The glow of my headlights pierced through the encroaching darkness, their illumination softened by the light drizzle that had been my companion for the past hour. Although I had traversed this familiar route countless times, tonight held a different aura. The usual journey home now exuded an ethereal essence, with wisps of mist unfurling from the earth, meandering between the ancient trees that bordered the narrow path. The fog slithered upwards leisurely, akin to spectral tendrils yearning for the darkening sky. Up ahead loomed the old wooden bridge, a landmark signaling the midway point of my drive, barely discernible through the thickening mist. It stood as a simple structure, weathered by uncountable seasons, its time-worn planks smoothed by the passage of time. Approaching closer, the mist seemed to thicken around it, almost drawn to its weathered frame. The rhythm of my tires altered upon meeting the wooden boards, creating a soft, hollow beat that reverberated through the tranquil evening. My headlights cast an enchanting glow on the swirling fog, which pirouetted and swirled in mesmerizing patterns. Through the passenger window, glimpses of the ebony creek below appeared, its surface a reflective mirror in the fading light. A strange impulse compelled me to slow down midway across the bridge. Perhaps it was the unnatural movement of the mist, more akin to breath than breeze. Or maybe it was the peculiar quality of the light, bending and refracting off the fog in inexplicable ways. The rhythmic drumming of my tires tapered off, growing softer and slower until I came to a halt in the bridge's center. With the engine idling, a symphony of other sounds came to my attention. The gentle murmur of water below, the soft tapping of rain on metal and wood, and something else, a mere whisper at the periphery of my hearing. It could have been voices murmuring, or the wind whispering through the aged wooden railings. Yet it carried fragments of words too distinct to be dismissed as mere chants, yet too elusive to comprehend fully. Cracking open the window slightly, the cool, damp air permeated the car, carrying a complex scent. Damp wood, fallen leaves, and something ancient, evoking memories of dusty attics and forgotten chambers. The mist slithered through the crack like inquisitive tendrils, bringing with it that almost sound, that nearly voice. Peering into the rearview mirror, all I saw was a sheet of white fog behind me, while ahead, the bridge stretched infinitely into the mist. The once familiar length of the crossing now seemed indefinite. Through the passenger window, I observed how the fog above the creek moved counter to the wind, swirling in deliberate, languid spirals. A form materialized in the mist to my right, visible through the passenger window. It could have been a figure standing at the bridge's railing, or perhaps a denser patch of fog caught in a swirl. Yet, for a fleeting moment, I could swear I witnessed a hand reaching towards my car, its outline soft and indistinct, akin to a watercolor painting left out in the rain. The radio, previously softly serenading me with music at a low volume, began to cycle through stations on its own accord. Amidst the static, snatches of songs and voices flitted by, none lingering for more than a breath. The digital display flickered between seemingly random numbers until I discerned a pattern that felt almost familiar. Time became fluid, mirroring the mist outside. I could not ascertain how long I lingered there, entranced by the swirling mist and the murmured almost words. The ticking of my watch persisted, yet each glance at its face revealed times that defied logic. The soft, pulsing glow of the dashboard numbers marked off seconds that felt elongated or compressed. A tap on my driver's side window jolted me from my reverie. The sound was gentle, akin to raindrops, yet purposeful. Turning to look, the fog pressing against the glass seemed to form a face, or perhaps it was merely a play of light on water droplets. Fading as I strained to focus, it left me uncertain if I had truly seen anything at all. The whispering momentarily grew clearer, almost coalescing into words I could almost grasp. Resembling conversations overheard through walls, they bore a familiarity, yet remained elusive. There was an essence to them that hinted at meaning just beyond reach, akin to a dream slipping away upon awakening. Gradually, I resumed driving forward. The wooden planks of the bridge resumed their gentle hum beneath my tires. Reaching the other side, the mist began to dissipate, reluctantly releasing its grip on my vehicle. In the rearview mirror, I watched the bridge dissolve into the mist, now pulsating gently like a slow breath. The remainder of my journey home transpired without incident, though the radio persisted in its erratic behavior, broadcasting fragments of songs that teased recognition. Upon finally parking in my driveway, a peculiar sight greeted me on the passenger seat, a small, perfectly round puddle of water, devoid of any discernible source. That night, as I lay in bed serenaded by the ongoing rain, thoughts of the bridge and its enigmatic fog pervaded my mind. In my dreams, the whispered words returned, and this time, they almost made sense. Almost, but not quite. And perhaps that was for the best. Even now, whenever I traverse that bridge in the mist, a gentle pull beckons me to pause and heed those almost words once more. At times I yield, and at times I resist. Yet, I've come to notice that the puddle reappears on my passenger seat more often than not. A small, round reminder of mysteries content to linger unsolved, lingering in the air like mist over shadowed waters. Story 9. The soft patter of raindrops against ancient stained glass windows weaved a delicate lullaby that drifted through the empty chapel. Seated in the back pew, my fingertips grazed the weathered wooden surface, tracing the history etched in every groove and imperfection by the passage of time. The air carried a familiar blend of scents, old books, melted beeswax, and the elusive mustiness that lingered in neglected sacred spaces. This evening was not intended for solitude within these walls, but the sudden arrival of an autumn storm had led me to seek refuge here. The heavy wooden doors yielded with a creak, as if anticipating my presence. Now, as I listened to the rain outside, an unexpected sense of gratitude welled within me for this involuntary moment of seclusion. The chapel enveloped me in a tapestry of shadows and whispers. Rows of empty pews extended ahead, their dark wood faintly gleaming in the scant light filtering through the windows. The vaulted ceiling soared into darkness above, its intricate woodwork vanishing into the encroaching dusk. Barely visible at the front was the altar, a modest stone structure seemingly imbued with centuries of whispered prayers within its weathered facade. Adjusting to the dimness, a peculiar sight caught my attention. A soft, warm light flickered from behind the altar, in a space shrouded in shadow where no source of illumination should have been. The light, steady yet pulsating with an unusual rhythm, almost akin to a tranquil breath, captivated my gaze. As the rain continued its serene symphony against the windows, I contemplated whether to explore the mysterious light. The rational part of my mind reasoned that perhaps a forgotten candle had been left burning, maybe by the caretaker, though signs of recent activity were absent. Yet, there was something about the quality of that light that diverged from any candle I had ever encountered. Rising from my pew, I advanced cautiously, my footsteps barely audible on the ancient stone floor. The air grew cooler as I neared the altar. The enigmatic light persisted in its rhythmic dance, casting shifting shadows that seemed to possess a life of their own, dancing across the chapel walls. A shift in the air's fragrance caught my attention. Beneath the familiar mustiness, a hint of freshness and purity emerged, reminiscent of morning dew on grass. Turning the corner of the altar, I discovered not a candle but a small alcove that had eluded my notice before. The light appeared to emanate from within the alcove, its origin veiled in mystery. Adorned with faded frescoes, the alcove's walls showcased muted colors, yet they seemed to capture and reflect the mysterious glow, causing the painted figures to appear to stir and shift before my eyes. Leaning closer, I sought to discern the details of the paintings. They depicted a procession of robed figures, each carrying an object aglow with the same warm light that now enveloped the space. Yet the longer I gazed, the more the imagery seemed to transform, as if the procession was traversing the walls of the alcove. The sound of the rain diminished, or perhaps my awareness of it waned. The atmosphere around me hummed with a gentle energy, akin to the calm before a summer storm, devoid of menace or foreboding. The mysterious light pulsed, and faint whispers, in a language unfamiliar to me, resonated with tones of tranquility and invitation. Tentatively, I extended my hand, almost brushing the wall where the light radiated most intensely. The air beneath my fingertips felt warm and nearly tangible, akin to sunlight given shape. Fleetingly, I glimpsed serene, smiling faces within that luminance before they dissolved back into the gentle radiance. Time seemed to lose its grip as I stood there, feeling the light respond to my presence. Peripherally, I caught glimpses of robed figures moving amidst the pews, and flickers resembling candle flames materializing and vanishing in the shadows. Yet, each direct glance revealed only the serene emptiness of the chapel. A distant rumble of thunder brought me back to awareness. The storm was receding, its voice now a soothing murmur. I realized I had lost track of time in the presence of that enigmatic light. Reluctantly stepping away from the alcove, I observed a subtle change. The once animated frescoes now appeared as mere weathered paint on ancient walls. Yet the light endured, pulsating with that gentle rhythm akin to a heartbeat or a breath. Navigating back through the chapel, each step felt as though I traversed a realm of dreams. Reaching the imposing doors, I cast a final glance. The light persisted, a warm glow beckoning from behind the altar. It pulsed once more, and I sensed, rather than heard, a soft exhalation reverberate through the vacant expanse. Beyond the chapel, the rain had abated into a gentle mist. The air bore a crisp freshness, redolent of damp earth and autumnal foliage. Walking away, my thoughts lingered on that mystical light, whether it had forever resided there, where awaiting discovery by a soul in need of its solace, or if it revealed itself solely to certain individuals at specific junctures. Subsequent visits to the chapel yielded varied outcomes. At times, the light pulsed with its gentle cadence, while on other occasions, only silence and shadows greeted me. Yet each encounter left me with a profound serenity, an assurance that mysteries persist in this world, not demanding resolution but beckoning to be embraced and cherished. Even now, on tranquil evenings when rain whispers against my window, recollections of that light resurface. In my mind's eye, it flickers like a distant star, a reminder that some enigmas are best left untangled, and that not everything luminous in the darkness necessitates comprehension to be revered. Story 10. In the deepening shadows of the forest, the gentle patter of autumn rain played a soothing melody on the wet leaves, whispering secrets to those who listened. Each drop, like a tiny storyteller, joined the symphony of nature as it cascaded through the layers of golden and crimson foliage. Walking along the old hiking trail, my boots made soft squishing sounds on the damp earth, while the scent of decaying leaves filled my lungs with an earthy sweetness. The fading light of the late afternoon filtered through the canopy, casting everything in hues of amber and gray, painting the world in a dreamlike palette. Originally, my intention was a simple walk to clear my mind, but the weather and the ethereal light beckoned me further into the woods than I had ever ventured. The familiar markers of my usual path had vanished, replaced by ancient trees standing like sentinels, their branches intertwining as if sharing ancient secrets. The sound of flowing water gradually emerged from the forest's whispers, a soft undercurrent beneath the rain and wind. As I followed the winding path downward, between moss-covered boulders placed by some long-forgotten hand, the air grew cooler, carrying a scent of age and minerals, the essence of wet stone and the passage of time. Through gaps in the trees, I glimpsed mist rising from a narrow river valley below, its haunting song growing stronger with each step. Turning a bend in the path, a breathtaking sight unfolded before me. A river of enigmatic clarity and darkness, flowing with a slow, mesmerizing rhythm that defied nature's logic. Mist twirled lazily above it, creating fleeting shapes before dissolving back into the unseen. The river seemed to materialize from nowhere and vanish just as mysteriously, a hidden secret of the forest unveiled. Without conscious thought, I descended the steep bank towards the river's edge, the moss-covered rocks absorbing all sound like a silent guardian. As I neared the water, my eyes were drawn to a peculiar sight, an opening in the rock face where the river emerged, partially concealed behind a veil of mist and water. The cave entrance, tall and inviting, pulsed with a mysterious energy, as if breathing in harmony with the earth. Standing at the water's edge, a sense of ancient significance washed over me. Not fear, but a deep knowing that I stood in the presence of something timeless. The air crackled with potential, like the charged silence before a storm. The river's water, neither warm nor cold, held a paradoxical quality that defied explanation as I reached out to touch it. A soft sound, akin to distant music, drifted from the cave's mouth, barely audible yet stirring something primal within me. The cave seemed alive, its misty breath a gentle reminder of the mysteries it harbored within. As dusk descended, small lights flickered into existence, dancing around the cave entrance in a mesmerizing display. The lights, neither fireflies nor earthly in nature, painted the air with their shifting hues of silver and blue, weaving a silent narrative that beckoned me closer. Time lost its meaning in this mystical realm, evening approaching unnoticed as the lights multiplied, forming intricate patterns that seemed to speak a language of their own. Balanced on the threshold between worlds, I felt a choice present itself: to step into the cave's embrace and unravel its secrets, or to retreat to the known world behind me. The lights' dance grew more urgent, their silent voices whispering stories as old as time, drawing me towards the luminescent stepping stones that appeared on the water's surface. With each step, the lights guided me across the river without a ripple, leading me towards the cave's pulsing heart. The cave's breath enveloped me in a warm embrace, carrying scents of ancient earth and forgotten dreams. The light's symphony of movement revealed interconnected tales, woven into the fabric of the world itself. Suspended between what was and what could be, I hesitated on the brink of discovery, feeling the world shift around me. The decision to cross into the cave's depths held the promise of transformation, a journey into the unknown that resonated with a deep sense of belonging. As the night deepened and reality blurred, I remained at the threshold, where mystery and magic intertwined. The stories whispered by the lights and the river's song remained untold, preserved in the hidden depths of the earth. On quiet nights, when the rain falls gently and the world grows still, the echo of that otherworldly music lingers, calling me back to the place where reality fades, and enchantment flows like a hidden river through the heart of the forest. Story 11. The soft patter of rain on my window had been a constant companion throughout the night, blending seamlessly with the distant hum that had lured me to this secluded cabin, the enchanting singing waterfall. Nestled in my cozy armchair, cocooned in a plush wool blanket, I tuned into the harmonious tune that wafted through the misty night air. The locals had spoken of the waterfall's mystical song, their tales filled with awe rather than fear. They whispered of how the melody shifted with the moon's phases, how it seemed to murmur ancient secrets to those who truly listened. Initially, I had dismissed their stories as charming folklore crafted to allure curious travelers like myself. Yet, after 3 nights in this cabin, I found myself beginning to grasp the depth of their reverence. The rain continued its gentle drumming on the cabin walls, creating a soothing rhythm for my nocturnal musings. A fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting flickering shadows that danced across the rugged wooden floor. The fragrance of pine and damp earth drifted in through the partially open window, carrying the invigorating essence of the surrounding forest. Tonight there was a new quality to the waterfall's melody. The usual gentle hum now bore a semblance of words, as if it sought to convey a specific message. Leaning forward in my chair, I strained to decipher the watery whispers that rode the evening breeze. The nearly full moon peeked through breaks in the rain clouds, casting silver beams that waltzed around the room. In those fleeting moments of light, I noticed the shadows shifting in ways that defied the fire's glow. They pulsed in sync with the waterfall's song, forming intricate patterns that eluded my comprehension. Beside me, my weathered journal lay open on the small table, its pages usually filled with attempts to transcribe the waterfall's tune. Each night, the notes seemed to morph subtly, as if the song itself was unfurling new layers or revealing hidden facets. Tonight's page remained blank, as I was too captivated by the current rendition to put pen to paper. The room's temperature began to dip gradually, despite the crackling fire. The chill wasn't hostile or unsettling. Rather, it bore the crisp freshness of an early spring morning, cleansing and rejuvenating. The mist outside thickened, pressing against the window as if seeking entrance, its swirling forms hinting at shapes, perhaps faces or ancient symbols. Midnight neared, signaled by the gentle chime of my grandfather's antique pocket watch, and the waterfall's melody reached a heightened clarity. The tune wove itself into almost discernible words, a language that felt familiar from dreams but slipped away upon waking. The mist outside took on a gentle luminosity, casting a pearl-like sheen through the windows. I found myself standing, though the decision to rise from my chair eluded my memory. The blanket slipped noiselessly to the floor as I gravitated toward the window, drawn by an irresistible urge to better hear the waterfall's song. The wooden floor hummed faintly beneath my feet, its vibrations mirroring the waterfall's cadence. Through the misted glass, I glimpsed the path leading to the waterfall, usually shrouded in darkness at this hour. Now, it glowed with a subtle phosphorescence, silver lights akin to fireflies but more ethereal, dancing in perfect harmony with the melody. The rain had softened to a gentle drizzle, each droplet catching and refracting the mysterious light like tiny prisms. The very air seemed to sing, the waterfall's melody resonating through every suspended droplet in the night air. The effect mesmerized but did not alarm me. Instead, it instilled a profound sense of tranquility and connection to something ancient and sagacious. Without conscious volition, I fetched my coat and boots. The wooden floor continued its gentle hum as I gathered essentials for a midnight stroll. My logical mind cautioned against venturing to a waterfall in the dead of night, yet there was no menace or compulsion in the air. It felt more like responding to a courteous invitation than surrendering to an irresistible force. Stepping onto the small porch, the song enveloped me entirely. The mist swirled around my ankles, its touch as delicate as silk against my skin. The luminescent path unfurled before me, meandering into the forest like a ribbon of starlight. Each stride felt instinctual, as though I were retracing a path known to me all my life, but forgotten until this moment. The nighttime forest, usually cloaked in shadow and mystery, now resembled an enchanted grove. The trees leaned slightly away from the path, their boughs swaying in perfect accord with the waterfall's melody. Droplets fell from the leaves like musical notes, adding a gentle percussion to the symphony enveloping me. Drawing closer to the waterfall, the song deepened, resonating within my very bones, though the sensation was comforting rather than disquieting. The mist thickened, revealing within its patterns scenes that seemed to play out, memories, fragments not my own, glimpses of locales I had never visited. Gradually, the waterfall materialized through the glowing mist, unveiling itself drop by drop. The water cascaded in a languid, hypnotic rhythm, each droplet capturing the enigmatic light like suspended gems. The pool's reflection mirrored not the night sky above, but a different firmament altogether, adorned with unfamiliar stars arranged in fantastical constellations. Standing at the water's edge, I watched the fluid spectacle in its endless, mesmerizing flow. The song attained its clearest iteration yet, and while the words remained elusive, their essence resonated deep within me. They spoke of time and memory, of cycles and seasons, of things lost and rediscovered. A gentle zephyr stirred the mist around me, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed figures dancing within the falling water. Not phantoms or specters, but something more primal, akin to the corporeal embodiment of music itself. Time seemed to lose significance as I stood there, captivated by the aquatic ballet of light and shadow. Unmindful of the moon's passage across the sky, I barely registered its transit. The rain had ceased entirely, yet the air retained its cloak of mist and enigma. As the first blush of dawn tinged the eastern horizon, the waterfall's melody gradually shifted. The tune softened, growing gentler, akin to a lullaby nearing its end. The luminescent mist began to fade, the mysterious lights along the path dimming one by one. Guided by the dwindling lights and the lingering echoes of the waterfall's song, I retraced my steps to the cabin. Each footfall felt ethereal, as if I traversed a dream, though the certainty of my experiences assured me they were real, or as real as anything could be in this mystical realm. Inside the cabin, my journal lay open to the empty page. Taking up my pen, I began to write. Not the musical notations I had intended, but a documentation of all I had witnessed. Every sensation, every emotion, every cryptic glimpse and half-understood whisper. As the final words flowed from my pen, the sun's first rays pierced the window. The fire had dwindled to embers. The room returned to its usual warmth. Everything appeared unchanged from before my midnight sojourn, yet fundamentally altered in a subtle way. Each night, I still hear the waterfall's song, though it never quite achieves the clarity of that singular evening. Occasionally, under the full moon and the perfect rain, I catch glimpses of that elusive luminescence, hints of those impossible figures dancing within the cascading water. The mist still weaves patterns that almost make sense, and the path intermittently glows faintly in the night. The true nature of my nocturnal reverie remains as enigmatic as the meaning of the waterfall's melody itself. Perhaps some mysteries aren't meant to be unraveled entirely, but savored for their very inscrutability. And so I linger here, listening to the water's song each night, penning my thoughts in the journal, pondering the hidden secrets concealed within the melody of falling water and the dance of light through mist. Story 12. The gentle flicker of candlelight waltzed gracefully over the time-worn wooden floors of the vintage shop, weaving mesmerizing shadows that swayed in a hypnotic cadence. Rain tapped lightly against the Victorian windows, composing a tranquil melody that enveloped the hushed evening air. Seeking refuge from the autumn storm, I found myself drawn into this enigmatic establishment, where the cozy warmth and the rich aroma of aged books and polished wood beckoned me to stay a while longer. Amidst the meticulously arranged array of oddities, my gaze was captivated by a portrait hanging in a secluded alcove, veiled in shadows. The painting portrayed a young woman clad in a deep blue gown, her features intricately captured with skilled precision. Her complexion possessed a porcelain-like radiance that seemed to catch and reflect the flickering candlelight, while her dark tresses melded seamlessly into the shadowed backdrop. Yet, It was her eyes that held me spellbound, deep amber pools that exuded an uncommon depth, as if imbued with a forgotten technique that imparted a liquid-like quality. The shopkeeper, a venerable gentleman with silver hair and wire-rimmed spectacles, noticed my fascination. His voice, soft and deliberate, resonated like a teller of bedtime tales. "That portrait harbors quite a tale," he murmured, adjusting his sleeve with care. "Crafted by an artist who vanished shortly after its completion. Legend has it he devoted years perfecting a special blend of pigments to capture a lifelike essence in the eyes." Returning to the shop day after day, an inexplicable allure to the portrait ensnared me. Each visit unveiled fresh intricacies, the subtle draping of her dress, the exquisite detailing of her hands entwined in her lap, the elusive smile that seemed to shift with the viewing angle. The shopkeeper often divulged morsels of the painting's history, each narrative more captivating than the last. One serene evening, as rain cascaded down the shop's windows, I noticed a peculiar occurrence. The woman's eyes seemed to track my movements through the room, not in the conventional manner of some portraits, but with a subtle modulation in the amber depths themselves, akin to undulating ripples in a tranquil pond. The candlelight captured these minute fluctuations, creating fleeting glimmers that vanished when I tried to focus directly on them. Materializing beside me, the shopkeeper's voice barely rose above a whisper. They whispered the artist was consumed with imbuing true life into his creations, delving into ancient methods, experimenting with unconventional materials. Some speculate he unearthed something extraordinary, or perhaps something best left undiscovered. As weeks drifted by, subtle metamorphoses in the portrait became apparent. At times, her countenance appeared softer, more pensive, while on other occasions, a trace of sorrow tinged the curve of her lips. The alterations were so nuanced that I questioned their authenticity, pondering if they were real or merely figments of my imagination, amplified by the shopkeeper's anecdotes and the dreamlike ambiance of the candlelit emporium. One dusk, I arrived to find the shop cloaked in an unusual darkness. The candles remained unlit, with only the ashen light of twilight filtering through the rain-streaked panes. The shopkeeper was conspicuously absent. Standing before the portrait, a flash of lightning briefly illuminated the room, and in that fleeting moment, I witnessed the woman's eyes blink. A surge of wonder, rather than fear, quickened my heart. The rain continued its melodic symphony against the windows as I drew nearer to the painting. The eyes had undergone a discernible metamorphosis, exuding a warmth and cognizance seemingly impossible for mere pigments on canvas. In the dimness, I could have sworn her bosom rose and fell with a gentle breath. From behind me, the shopkeeper's voice, soft as snowflakes descending, sounded. She reveals herself solely to those who truly grasp her magnificence. The artist didn't merely paint her likeness. He unearthed a way to capture something more, something that straddles the realms of art and actuality. Though I never acquired the portrait, I frequented it regularly. Sometimes I would sit for hours in the plush antique armchair near the alcove, engrossed in reading by candlelight while the woman in the painting observed with her sentient eyes. The shopkeeper would bring tea, and we would partake in companionable silence, punctuated solely by the rustle of pages turning and the patter of raindrops. Years have slipped away since then, and often I've pondered if it all existed within my imagination. The subtle fluctuations in her expression, the fluid motion in her eyes, the sensation of standing in the presence of something simultaneously exquisite and implausible. Yet on tranquil nights when rain whispers against my window, recollections of the candlelit shop and the portrait that seemed to respire resurface. At times, in that nebulous realm between wakefulness and slumber, I can still perceive her tender gaze trailing through the darkness. Tales circulate that the painting lingers in that shop, awaiting visitors who might discern something extraordinary in those amber eyes. Some allege witnessing her smile transform, or catching a glimpse of movement within the canvas. Yet perhaps the genuine enchantment lies not in whether the portrait truly lives, but in those serene instants when we allow ourselves to believe in the inconceivable. Suspended in that ethereal space where art and reality meld, akin to watercolors in the rain. Story 13. The soft patter of rain against the aged wooden shingles enveloped the evening air as I settled into my newly acquired dwelling. An ancient Victorian manor, its previous inhabitants veiled in enigma, stood tall yet somehow aloof from the world surrounding it. The realtor had been unusually vague about its background, offering only a suspiciously low price and a handful of non-committal responses to my inquiries. Through the tall windows, I observed autumn leaves pirouetting across the neglected garden, their whispers blending with the gentle drumming of raindrops. The warm glow of my reading lamp cast elongated shadows across the vintage wallpaper, forming shifting patterns that seemed to dance and transform when caught in my peripheral vision. The house came furnished in part, yet devoid of any personal effects left behind by its former residents. No photographs, no letters, no remnants of the lives that had unfolded within these walls. The furniture itself was exquisite, ornate wooden pieces that appeared to belong to different epochs, as though gathered across centuries rather than mere decades. As I settled deeper into the plush armchair beside the crackling fireplace, a peculiar sensation enveloped me. The house felt simultaneously familiar and foreign, akin to a recurring dream where the details never quite align with reality. The flickering flames of the fireplace cast a warm radiance throughout the room, their light dancing off the crystal chandelier suspended from the ceiling, creating prismatic patterns that cavorted across the walls. The grandfather clock in the corridor chimed 9 times, its deep tones reverberating through the vacant passageways. Yet, there was something amiss in its toll, as if the sound reached my ears through a dense fog. I found myself counting the chimes involuntarily, despite no recollection of winding the clock since my arrival. A gentle breeze whispered through the room, though all windows remained tightly shut against the autumn chill. The flames in the fireplace flickered, casting fleeting shadows that almost took on indiscernible forms. The fragrance of ancient books and weathered wood wafted through the air, mingled with a sweeter essence, akin to dried flowers preserved within ancient tomes. Standing from the chair, I felt compelled to explore the manifold rooms of the house. Each doorway led to spaces that seemed to defy the external dimensions of the manor. The library, with its towering shelves and rolling ladder, housed volumes inscribed in unfamiliar languages, their spines adorned with symbols rather than letters. Tracing my fingertips along their leather bindings, I felt a subtle warmth, as if the books themselves teemed with forgotten wisdom. The kitchen, with its copper pots hanging from iron racks and colossal hearth, appeared frozen in time. Modern appliances incongruously coexisted with 19th century cooking utensils, resembling anachronistic interlopers in a period piece. The marble countertops bore faint stains that shifted in hue with the changing light, forming patterns reminiscent of celestial charts. Ascending the spiral staircase to the upper level, each step emitted a distinct musical note, weaving an eerie melody that seemed to trail behind me. The worn wooden banister felt smooth beneath my touch, imprinted by countless hands preceding mine. Yet upon reaching the landing, I realized I couldn't recall the number of steps ascended. The upstairs corridor stretched longer than seemed feasible, lined with doors that never appeared in the same position upon a second glance. Paintings adorned the walls between the doors, depicting landscapes of fantastical realms, mountains curving impossibly towards violet skies, forests where trees grew sideways, oceans seeming to flow skyward. In the master bedroom, moonlight filtered through delicate lace curtains, casting intricate patterns upon the hardwood floor. The colossal four-poster bed dominated the room, its heavy burgundy drapes fluttering faintly despite the absence of any breeze. The mirror above the vanity reflected the room faithfully, save for fleeting moments when the reflection lagged fractionally behind my movements. Opening the closet door unveiled a space that seemed deeper than the external dimensions of the house should allow. Empty hangers swayed gently, emitting a soft, melodic tinkling from their metal hooks. Nestled at the rear of the closet, barely discernible in the shadows, stood another door. Smaller in size, crafted from dark wood with a gleaming brass handle that beckoned invitingly. Though I found myself reaching for that handle numerous times in my initial weeks within the house, my fingertips never quite made contact. Each approach towards the door was accompanied by a thickening scent of rain-soaked earth, intertwined with something older and more profound than petrichor. The door to the basement remained locked, with no key discovered among the ring passed down with the house. In the late hours of the night, distant sounds occasionally rose through the floorboards, not alarming noises, but akin to far-off music played on unfamiliar instruments. The melody bore a sense of familiarity, though I recognized it as one I had never encountered before. Time began to unfurl strangely within the confines of the house. Some evenings stretched into what felt like days, while entire weeks passed in what appeared to be mere hours. The grandfather clock continued its irregular chimes, yet I noted it never struck midnight. The span between 11 and 1 elongated akin to warm taffy, filled with the soft creaks of settling furniture and floorboards whispering in patterns that almost coalesced into words. The house seemed attuned to my emotions. On melancholic days, the rooms expanded, the ceilings soaring higher to accommodate the expanse of my sorrow. During moments of joy, the walls drew closer, crafting snug alcoves perfect for reading or introspection. The temperature subtly shifted, maintaining an ideal comfort without any adjustment to the thermostat. Visitors were infrequent, and those who did venture within rarely lingered. Their voices would taper into silence after a few minutes, their gazes flitting towards corners where shadows deepened without discernible cause. Conversations would fade mid-sentence, replaced by contemplative hush. Upon departing, guests often struggled to recall specific details of their visit, as if the house itself had delicately erased their memories. My dreams grew more vivid, inundated with images of the house across different epochs. I beheld it anew, its wood pristine and gleaming. I witnessed it ancient, cloaked in vines blossoming with flowers no longer extant. I saw it in seasons that never transpired, beneath skies bearing multiple suns. Each dawn, I awoke uncertain whether I had dreamt at all, or if the house had merely imparted its memories to me. One remarkably tranquil evening, as I sat in the library endeavoring to decipher one of the enigmatic volumes, I caught sight of my reflection in the window. Behind me, the room appeared altered, the furniture rearranged, the walls a different hue, the shelves stocked with disparate tomes. Upon turning to investigate, all was as it should be, yet the reflection retained its alternate reality. I began to comprehend that the house existed concurrently in multiple epochs, akin to pages of a book layered upon each other. At times the pages would shift, affording glimpses between them. The house hadn't shed its past, it had merely amassed too many to subsist in a singular present. Now, as I pen these words by candlelight, though the electricity functions flawlessly, the house seems to favor softer luminescence. I sense the weight of innumerable untold tales pressing gently against my awareness. The rain persists in its gentle percussion upon the roof, accompanied by the irregular chimes of the grandfather clock and the murmured dialogues of vacant chambers. I've ceased attempting to fathom why the house selected me, or why the former inhabitants vanished so entirely. Some queries, I've come to realize, possess a beauty in remaining unanswered. The house retains its secrets, divulging them solely in fragments, in dreams, in instances when the light cascades just so across the ancient wooden floors. Perhaps one day, I too shall meld into the house's repository of memories, becoming another stratum in its infinite chronicles. Until that juncture, I abide here, attuned to the serene melody of a house existing beyond time, delving into books inscribed in languages that may never have existed, and learning to converse in the silent language of chambers that recall everything yet unveil naught. The grandfather clock chimes once more, at an hour beyond existence, and somewhere within the house, a door yields to a room that was absent yesterday. I smile, cognizant that it shall vanish upon my search, only to re-emerge when I've entirely forgotten. This is my abode now, amidst its implausible instants, its unspoken tales, its pasts that never were, and futures that may yet come to pass. Story 14. In the quiet of my grandmother's garden, the rain whispered a soft lullaby against the weathered stones of an ancient well. The lantern in my hand cast a warm glow, illuminating the mystery that shrouded the brick structure. Since inheriting the old house a week ago, a new presence lingered in the air, not empty, but filled with a different kind of energy. The rain fell steadily, tracing delicate patterns down the worn stones of the sealed well. Despite its usual cover, tonight something beckoned me closer. The raindrops echoed peculiarly as they danced into the depths, and a silvery light peeked through the wooden slats. Intrigued, I approached, the scent of roses giving way to a primal aroma of earth and ancient stone. My fingertips grazed the rough wood, feeling the history etched into its surface by years of weathering. Cool and slightly damp, the cover yielded easily to my touch, as if welcoming me. As I lifted it, the well's mouth yawned open to the night, and I held my lantern over the edge. Droplets of water clung to the stone walls, catching the light and twinkling like miniature stars, each pulsing with an inner radiance. And then a faint sound reached my ears, a whisper of a melody, distant and elusive. Neither young nor old, male nor female, the voice wove a tale of ancient secrets held in stone and water, of memories entwined in the darkness below. I found myself drawn to sit by the well, captivated by the ethereal song. The rain's rhythm provided a soothing backdrop, time slowing to a languid pace, like honey sliding from a spoon. My grandmother had shared stories of this well, but the singing remained a hidden part of its lore. Straining to discern the words within the melody, they shifted and danced just out of reach, reminiscent of the lullabies she used to sing, yet tinged with an otherworldly allure that sent a pleasant shiver down my spine. The voice enveloped me in a comforting embrace, despite its enigmatic nature. As the rain eased into a gentle mist, the well's song grew clearer, speaking of life underground, of hidden rivers and crystalline marvels untouched by sunlight. Though unfamiliar in language, the meaning resonated within me, a universal understanding beyond mere words. Shadows danced on the well's walls, shapes fleeting and graceful, like underwater phantoms swaying to the rhythm of the mystical melody. Time lost its grip, hours blending into moments, as I surrendered to the enchantment of the well's secrets and songs. The voice, now seeming to emanate from the very stones themselves, intermingled with the garden's whispers, a symphony of rain, wind, and ancient music. Lost in the hypnotic trance, memories of my grandmother surfaced, her presence felt among the roses she once tended with loving hands. Had she too listened to these haunting melodies on rainy nights, finding solace in their timeless echoes? The thought bridged our experiences across time, offering a sense of connection to this place she had cherished. As the night deepened, the voice faded, a gentle departure rather than an abrupt end, leaving a lingering aroma of rain-soaked roses in the air. I remained by the well, the mist veiling the lantern's light, each droplet glistening like a fallen star. Though the song had dissipated, its essence lingered in my mind, a melody just beyond reach. Stepping back toward the house, A newfound tranquility enveloped me, a profound connection to the home that now held ancient secrets within its very grounds. I chose not to replace the well's cover, sensing a need for it to breathe, to share its timeless songs with the night. Leaving it open to the stars, I knew its mysteries awaited another rainy eve. Indoors, the rain's gentle patter carried echoes of that unearthly melody, lulling me into sleep. In dreams, I wandered among underground rivers and crystal gardens, where roses bloomed in darkness and songs whispered without end. With the morning sun's arrival, the well stood silent in the garden, yet its secret was mine to keep. On certain nights when rain falls just so, and roses scent the air, ancient voices will still sing their eternal songs to those who listen, patient and attuned to the mysteries of the night. Story 15. The rain cascaded in gentle waves against the wooden shingles of the ancient inn, creating a melodic rhythm that whispered of long-held mysteries. Standing before the weathered door, my traveling coat laden with moisture, I observed as lamplight flickered behind misted window panes. The sign above swayed softly in the evening breeze. The Wanderer's Inn, its letters faded yet still discernible in the deepening twilight. There was an inexplicable pull about the place, beyond mere shelter from the autumn storm. Perhaps it was the ethereal glow emanating from within, or the shadows lurking in the building's corners, seemingly darker than they should be. My fingers traced the intricate carvings on the door frame, spiraling patterns that seemed to shift and transform under my touch. The door yielded easily, as if beckoning me into its sanctuary. A blend of wood smoke and a sweeter aroma, maybe lavender or sage, wafted through the air as I entered. The common room stretched before me, both spacious and intimate, with a grand stone fireplace commanding one wall. Cozy chairs and small tables dotted the room, most unoccupied except for a few solitary travelers lost in contemplation. The innkeeper, with her silver hair aglow in the fire's light, greeted me with a smile that held the weight of untold tales and well-kept secrets. "Welcome, traveler," she spoke, her voice reminiscent of mulled wine on a winter's night. "You've arrived precisely in time." I felt the urge to inquire further, but my words dissipated on my tongue like morning mist. Instead, I found myself trailing her up a narrow staircase, the wooden steps murmuring beneath our ascent. The wallpaper in the hallway seemed to ripple with unseen patterns, flowers resembling faces, vines hinting at ancient scripts. My assigned room awaited at the end of the hall, number 7, though I couldn't recall discussing my length of stay or settling payment. The door's handle felt cool to the touch, and as it turned, a distant melody, like a half-remembered lullaby played on an unidentified instrument, reached my ears. The room, at once familiar and enigmatic, greeted me. A regal four-poster bed stood against one wall, its deep burgundy curtains stirring without a breeze. A writing desk faced the window, revealing expansive gardens that defied the inn's exterior size. The aged wooden floor bore a lustrous patina, whispering of countless footsteps through the years. As I made myself at home, shedding my damp attire, I noticed subtle details that seemed to shift when I averted my gaze. The mirror above the wash basin occasionally reflected phantom movements, while the room's shadows pulsed with a gentle rhythm mirroring the distant rainfall. That night, I drifted into a profound slumber, enveloped in blankets redolent of unfamiliar herbs. My dreams wove a tapestry of murmured conversations in languages nearly understood, and fleeting glimpses of fellow travelers, some clothed in bygone attire, others in ensembles beyond comprehension. Morning arrived like a gentle tide, the light filtering through the window bearing an otherworldly quality, as though sifted through layers of time itself. Descending to the common room, I discovered it both empty and replete, devoid of individuals yet saturated with a lingering presence, as if echoes of conversations from all eras lingered like spectral dust motes. The innkeeper appeared, offering a steaming cup of tea unrequested, yet precisely what I craved. "Did you rest well?" she inquired, her knowing smile hinting at an answer already known. The tea tasted of unmade memories and unvisited places. Throughout the day, guests materialized and dissipated with a dreamlike fluidity. A man in tattered garb penned letters that faintly glowed in the afternoon light. A young woman with stardust in her hair perused a book whose pages appeared blank until averted. An elderly gentleman near the hearth conversed softly with an unseen presence, or perhaps seen in a manner imperceptible to me. Time meandered within the inn's confines. Meals materialized without preparation witnessed. The window light defied the expected hour. The garden vistas, glimpsed through various panes, morphed incessantly, yet all felt oddly familiar in an inexplicable manner. Come evening, I found myself drawn to a library I could swear was absent that morning. Books adorned the walls, their titles shifting as I attempted to decipher them. The room exuded the sense of leather, time, and boundless possibilities. An open volume on a reading stand captured my attention. Its pages brimmed with tales of wayfarers encountering literal and metaphorical crossroads, of inns existing in temporal crevices, and of guardians guiding wandering souls. That night, as I lay in bed, serenaded by the ceaseless rain, I unearthed a profound realization about the Wanderer's Inn. Its walls did not only shield travelers from the elements, but harbored moments from time itself. Every creak, flicker, and whisper in the air was both present and recurrent, woven into the fabric of eternity. Contemplating departure the next morning, I found myself befuddled about my prior direction and intended destination. The innkeeper's smile encompassed all answers unspoken. "The inn keeps its own time," she murmured, replenishing my cup with a liquid shimmering with reminiscences, "and all linger precisely as long as they require." Days or weeks transpired, time fluid as the shifting wallpaper motifs. Conversations unfurled with spectral guests, books narrated tales that rearranged upon averting the gaze, and garden strolls traversed all seasons concurrently. Some mornings, notes inscribed in my script but bearing alien musings surfaced on my desk. They foretold journeys untraveled and revelations unclaimed. The ink gleamed with potential, the words shifting as I folded the parchment away. Ultimately, I comprehended that the Wanderer's Inn transcended mere space. It embodied a moment elongated into shelter, a pause in time's relentless current where wayward souls discovered themselves or lost themselves in a precise manner. One morning, though the term felt inadequate for that transitional instance, I sensed the call to resume my odyssey. My boots awaited at the threshold, though I could not recall discarding them for the last time. My coat hung, a blend of seasoned wear and pristine newness. The innkeeper lingered at the front entrance, though her presence eluded me as I descended. "Will I return?" I inquired, the question subtly different from my intention. Her smile, replete with enigmatic wisdom, hinted at unspoken truths. "Those who seek the inn always find it," she disclosed, "though it may metamorphose upon your return." Stepping into a world simultaneously familiar and alien, memories veiled as dreams accompanied me. The sign whispered in the breeze, yet when I glanced back for a final glimpse, the inn shimmered and blurred, a reflection distorted by a gentle rain. Now on nights when the rain echoes that particular cadence or fragrances of unnamed herbs waft by, I find myself yearning for a weathered door etched with spirals, for windows aglow with ethereal luminescence. And occasionally, just occasionally, I catch a faint creak of a sign bearing the inscription, "The Wanderer's Inn." Whether a memory or a harbinger of what lies ahead, the distinction eludes me. Story 16. The gentle patter of rain against the window pane created a soothing rhythm as I found myself nestled in my grandmother's old study. The air was filled with the familiar scent of aged leather-bound books and cedar wood, enveloping me in a sense of nostalgia and tranquility. The autumn evening had descended early, cloaking the house in a soft veil of darkness, pierced only by the warm glow of my reading lamp. In my hands, I cradled my grandmother's weathered journal, its pages aged to a golden hue, containing a tale that held the key to unlocking the mysteries of night and starlight. It had been 3 months since my grandmother's passing, leaving behind this house by the lake and a trove of enigmatic secrets. Among her belongings, this journal stood out, filled with her graceful script, detailing something extraordinary about the lake that sprawled beyond the property. I had always been intrigued by the way the water seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, even on the most radiant of nights. The rain persisted in its gentle symphony as I delved into her words, penned decades ago. The lake cradles memories in its depths, but not in the way you might expect. It doesn't merely mirror the stars, it captures them, holds them, like fireflies in a jar. I've witnessed them descend, one by one, their brilliance fading as they sink into the shadows below. A soft creak from the floorboards broke the stillness, each sound in the silent house carrying a weight of significance. The old grandfather clock in the hallway tolled the hour with its deep, resonant chimes. 9 bells, each toll echoing through the vacant rooms, beckoning me further into the essence of my grandmother's musings. Returning to the journal, I found myself engrossed in her meticulous observations. The first time I beheld a star cascade into the lake, I questioned my eyes. It appeared as a gentle tear in the fabric of the night sky, a graceful descent unlike the rapid streak of a shooting star. It kissed the water's surface with a whisper, then descended unhurriedly, its glow waning until it vanished entirely. Beyond the study's bay window, the rain began to dwindle, transitioning from a steady drumming to a gentle murmur. I gazed out at the lake's expanse, a vast sheet of ebony glass stretching into the horizon. The clouds above parted, revealing glimpses of the night sky, yet no stars shimmered on the lake's surface. It remained an enigmatic void, swallowing whatever scant light touched it. My grandmother's writings grew more intricate. I've begun to document them, the falling stars. They adhere to a pattern, though it took me years to discern. They descend most frequently during the autumn equinox, when the veil between our realm and the beyond appears thinnest. The lake doesn't merely gather them, it preserves them in some manner within its lightless depths. A cool breeze wafted through the room, causing the curtains to sway gently. I drew my sweater tighter around me, sensing a chill that seemed more than natural. The journal continued. As they sink, they emit a sound, not a splash, but a melodic tone, akin to a wine glass being caressed by a moist finger. Each star possesses its unique pitch, its personal melody. Occasionally on tranquil nights, I perceived them harmonizing from beneath the surface. The clouds had dissipated entirely, revealing a sky adorned with stars. Yet as I peered over the lake, its surface remained impenetrably dark. Drawing closer to the window, I discerned an anomaly. The stars above the lake flickered in a peculiar manner, pulsing with an entrancing rhythm. My grandmother's subsequent entry seized my breath. I've begun to fathom why the stars gravitate to this lake. It's no fortuity. They are drawn here, summoned by an enigmatic force in the depths. The lake is not merely a collector, it's a custodian of celestial enigmas, a sentinel of extinguished light. The true query is, what becomes of their luminance once it's absorbed? Rising from my chair, I ambled to the French doors leading to the back veranda. The wooden planks murmured softly under my steps as I ventured outside, propelled by an unexplained compulsion to draw nearer to the lake. The air was crisp and damp from the recent downpour, carrying the redolent aroma of moist earth and pine needles. In the distance, an owl warbled softly, its voice resonating across the water. The journal's pages rustled in my grasp as a gentle zephyr swept by. My grandmother's script had taken on a sense of urgency in the later entries. I've begun to discern shapes beneath the surface, not reflections, but entities entirely distinct. They move akin to schools of fish, yet radiate with a subtle star-like luminescence. Whatever the lake orchestrates with the light it ensnares, it engenders something novel, something wondrous and peculiar. As if in response to her words, I observed a subtle transformation on the lake's surface. The darkness seemed to shift, revealing hues of deep blue and purple, reminiscent of oil on water. And then I beheld it, a star, descending so leisurely it appeared to float, descending from the heavens towards the lake. It glided with deliberate elegance, as if guided rather than plummeting. The star caressed the water with the faintest of ripples, and I heard it. The crystalline note my grandmother had described, pure and haunting. The sound resonated with a deep part of me, evoking memories I had not realized I possessed. As the star's radiance began to dim beneath the surface, I comprehended why my grandmother had spent countless nights by this lake. More stars commenced their descent, each selecting its moment, each contributing its voice to an ethereal symphony audible solely to those attuned to listen. The lake's veneer teemed with subtle movements, patterns of light and shadow that appeared to pirouette beneath the surface. It was a spectacle both beautiful and poignant, akin to witnessing the embers of a fire wane into oblivion. Perusing the final entry in my grandmother's journal, I encountered words that encapsulated this moment flawlessly. The lake does not obliterate the starlight, it transmutes it. Each fallen star becomes part of a grander whole, an array of celestial recollections harbored by the lake in confidence. At times, I fancy I can discern them murmuring their tales, narratives of cosmic odysseys and age-old luminescence, now preserved in these murky waters. Standing there on the veranda, witnessing the graceful descent of the stars, I finally comprehended why my grandmother had chosen to dwell beside this lake. It was not merely a body of water. It was a reservoir of light, a custodian of stellar enigmas, a realm where the boundary between earth and sky blurred into ambiguity. The night deepened, and more stars continued their gentle plunge into the lake's embrace. Each one left behind a trace of its voyage in the guise of that crystalline resonance, crafting a nocturnal symphony that bridged the chasm between the mundane and the miraculous. As I stood there, a spectator to this extraordinary exhibition, a profound sense of serenity enveloped me. My grandmother's final words in the journal now resonated with clarity. The lake of faded stars is not a conclusion, it is a genesis. Every light it assimilates becomes part of an eternal ballet, a celebration of the ceaseless metamorphosis. To bear witness is to grasp that naught truly perishes. It merely metamorphoses, discovering novel avenues to radiate in the shadows. The rain recommenced, a gentle veil of water that seemed to unite sky and lake in a glistening tapestry. I lingered on the veranda, clutching my grandmother's journal close, watching as more stars embarked on their unhurried descent into the awaiting waters. Each one bore its own story, its personal luminance, uniting with myriad others in the lake's mystifying depths. As the night deepened and the celestial dance persisted, I realized that I had inherited more than a mere house by a lake. I had become the subsequent custodian of this celestial enigma, the next beholder of this unending cycle of falling stars and transmuted light. The lake's surface rippled gently, as if acknowledging this unspoken comprehension, while above, the night sky continued its eternal performance, stars gleaming, descending, and being reborn in the somber waters beneath. Story 17. In the quiet embrace of the forest, where ancient trees whispered secrets carried by the gentle wind, I found myself on a path illuminated by the fading light of twilight. The air was tinged with the soothing scents of pine and damp earth, creating an atmosphere of serene mystery. Holding a wooden lantern that cast a warm, flickering glow, I watched as the light danced playfully across the moss-covered ground, conjuring shadows that seemed to come alive with each step I took. As I wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace among the whispers of nature, I couldn't shake the feeling that something extraordinary awaited me that night. The forest, usually alive with the symphony of evening creatures, now held its breath in an eerie stillness. Even the chorus of crickets was but a faint murmur in the growing darkness, adding to the sense of anticipation that tingled in the air. Ahead, a peculiar sight caught my eye, a formation of trees unlike any I had encountered before. Their branches intertwined in a mesmerizing dance, creating a natural shelter that beckoned me closer. It was as if nature itself had crafted a hidden sanctuary, veiled from the eyes of casual passers-by. The bark of the trees bore curious markings, almost like ancient runes etched by time's patient hand. Stepping beneath the woven canopy, I felt a shift in the atmosphere. The air within the shelter was warmer, carrying a delicate fragrance that tantalized my senses. A blend of honey, old books, and something exotic that defied description. The ground beneath my feet seemed to echo with a hollow resonance, as if the very earth whispered secrets only the trees could understand. Exploring further, I discovered a small alcove formed by 3 trees standing in perfect harmony. Their branches had woven together to create a natural chair, adorned with curious trinkets, smooth stones arranged in intricate patterns, dried flowers of unknown origin, and ancient coins adorned with cryptic symbols. Each object seemed to hold a story of its own, whispering of a forgotten past. As night descended, the shelter came alive with subtle movements and soft lights that danced among the branches, casting a spell of enchantment over the hidden grove. Shadows shifted in mesmerizing patterns, and the air hummed with a melody that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the wood itself. It was a symphony of nature, a lullaby for the weary soul. Settling into the natural chair, I allowed myself to be enveloped by the gentle embrace of the grove. The lights above me moved in slow, hypnotic dances, like celestial bodies tracing their paths across the night sky. The hum of the wood grew louder, its rhythm comforting and otherworldly, lulling me into a state of twilight reverie. Time lost its meaning within the sheltered sanctuary, and reality blurred with dreams. The branches seemed to shift and sway, the colored glass fragments glowed with ethereal light, and the air sang with distant voices that spoke in tongues both familiar and unknown. It was a world between worlds, where the ordinary met the extraordinary in a dance of mystery and magic. When morning light filtered through the canopy, I found myself back in the ordinary forest, the grove retreating into the shadows of memory. A single leaf, twisted into a shape reminiscent of the cryptic writing in the branches, lay before me as a tangible reminder of the night's enchantment. And though I tried to retrace my steps, the forest seemed to conspire against me, shifting and changing the path as if guarding its secrets from unworthy eyes. Returning to the forest time and again, I seek the elusive grove, hoping to rekindle the magic of that fateful night. In dreams and fleeting glimpses, I catch echoes of the shelter's ancient vigil, a beacon of mystery and solace for those who wander in need of its peculiar enchantment. And as I listen to the whispers of the trees, I know that somewhere deep within the forest, beneath its tangled branches, the shelter awaits, a hidden gem in the tapestry of nature's secrets. Story 18. The soft murmur of autumn leaves pirouetting across the wooden porch accompanied my nightly tea ritual. Wisps of steam lazily spiraled from my cup, carrying the gentle scent of chamomile and honey, wrapping me in a cocoon of tranquility. The aging house sighed around me, its familiar creaks a soothing serenade in the deepening shadows of twilight. It was then that my gaze was drawn to the moon, hanging low and full in the night sky. Its radiance seemed different tonight, a subtle pulsing glow that beckoned me closer, like a secret whispered on the breeze. Mesmerized, I found myself attuned to its rhythm, my breath falling into sync with its hypnotic cadence. A hush descended, unnatural in its stillness. The rustling leaves held their breath, the crickets silenced their nocturnal serenade. In the profound quiet, a mysterious sound tiptoed into my awareness, a melody without a melody, a symphony without sound, drifting from the moon itself. My tea grew cold, forgotten, as I sat spellbound by this otherworldly area. The moonlight thickened, cascading down like liquid silver tendrils, weaving intricate patterns in the air. It was as if ancient runes were inscribed in the celestial glow, messages from a realm beyond our own. Inside the house, shadows stirred, not mere silhouettes cast by passing clouds, but purposeful movements, a dance choreographed to the silent celestial melody. The shadows swirled and elongated, forming shapes that echoed humanity yet remained enigmatic. Their movements possessed a fluid elegance, a grace that transcended earthly bounds. Without realizing, I stood, the floor humming beneath me, a vibration that resonated through my being. A subtle chill tingled my skin, though no fear lingered, only a profound sense of awe and peace. With each pulse of the moonlight, the world shifted imperceptibly. Colors deepened, textures blurred, and the very air shimmered with ethereal light particles. Time slipped away, minutes melting into hours, hours condensing into fleeting moments. A distant clock chimed midnight, its tolls distorted as if submerged underwater. And with each chime, the moon's silent song swelled, an irresistible beckoning. The shadows danced with newfound fervor, their movements intricate, their forms almost tangible. Faces flickered in their undulating patterns, expressions of joy and tranquility mirroring my own inexplicable calm. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying the fragrance of exotic blooms unseen in my garden. It enveloped me, a tender caress lifting my hair and garments in a celestial waltz. The moonlight responded to the wind's embrace, weaving intricate patterns that defied comprehension. Bathed in its enchanting glow, a realization dawned, a whisper of forgotten truths, of realms bridging the chasm between reality and reverie. It spoke of nights when the boundaries blurred, when the veil between worlds thinned to a gossamer thread. The shadows extended an invitation, a silent gesture bidding me to join their enigmatic dance. My feet moved effortlessly, tracing steps to a melody heard only by the heart. The moonlight draped around me like a silken cloak, and for a fleeting moment, weightlessness embraced me, tempting me to step beyond the porch into the luminous unknown. Yet as swiftly as it had begun, the enchantment waned. The shadows resumed their stationary vigil, the moonlight dimming to its familiar glow. The silent song faded, leaving an echo that reverberated in my soul. Seated once more, my tea now ice cold, the night had reclaimed its ordinary cadence. Crickets chirped, leaves rustled, the house murmured its lullaby. But a transformation had occurred, a shift irreversible and fundamental. The moon held a new allure, a mystery that defied rational explanation. On moonlit nights, I lingered on the porch, attuned to the subtlest whispers of that ethereal melody, catching glimpses of silver strands weaving through the air. The shadows, oh, the shadows remembered the dance, a memory etched in their graceful movements. They reached out to me with a knowing grace, a silent assurance that some enigmas are destined to elude comprehension, residing in the twilight realm between waking and dreaming. And perhaps therein lay their beauty, in that liminal space where the moon hummed its silent sonnet, and shadows pirouetted to melodies only the soul could discern. As I savor my evening tea under the moon's watchful gaze, I await those rare moments of stillness when the night holds its breath. In those quiet interludes, when the mind is a tranquil pool, I sense the faint pulse of silver light, a distant heartbeat enticing me back to a dance veiled in mystery. Though its intricacies may elude me, its essence lingers, a reminder of the magic that transcends words, dwelling in the realm where reality and imagination intertwine in a silent, eternal embrace. Story 19. The breeze whispered gently through the rustling autumn leaves, carrying with it the earthy essence of rain-kissed soil and aging blooms. Nestled in my grandmother's weathered rocking chair, cocooned in a cozy woolen blanket, I observed as the evening mist meandered across my backyard, transforming familiar shapes into enigmatic silhouettes. The rhythmic creaking of the chair on the wooden porch harmonized with my breath, lulling me into a tranquil state. My gaze wandered to the ancient hedge that stood sentinel at the edge of my land, a barrier of tangled thorns reaching skyward, its dense foliage veiling whatever lay beyond. According to grandmother, the hedge existed since time immemorial, safeguarding a precious secret on the other side. In my youth, I had regarded this as just another of her whimsical tales, akin to stories of moonlit fairy dances and secretive whispers in the shadows. Amid the mist-laden air, a subtle scent of roses wafted, peculiar considering my garden bore none. The fragrance intensified with the descent of darkness, a sweet perfume reminiscent of the dried petals grandmother cherished in her jewelry box. My eyelids grew heavy as I savored the melodic drip of water from the leaves, each droplet creating ripples in the burgeoning puddles below. A soft glow captured my attention, shimmering just beyond the hedge. Unlike the harsh glare of a neighbor's security light or the sterile blue of modern LEDs, this light was warm and golden, akin to honey basking in sunlight. It pulsed gently, as if alive, dancing among the thorny branches. Mesmerized, I rose from the chair, the blanket slipping to the porch floor. Barefoot, I traversed the damp grass, sinking slightly into the yielding earth with each step. Approaching the hedge, intricate details unfolded from the shadows. Water droplets adorned the thorns like crystal jewels, each one catching and reflecting the enigmatic golden light. The elusive midnight blue roses, previously only a scent, materialized, their petals an ethereal hue nestled amidst the thorns. Standing before the hedge, I beheld a sight hitherto unseen, a slender gap amidst the branches, just wide enough for passage. The thorns seemed to part, forming a natural archway. Through this opening spilled the golden light, casting elongated shadows at my feet. Peering through, I glimpsed what seemed to be another garden. Unlike my practical backyard with its orderly rows of vegetables and herbs, this space defied nature's laws. Flowers that should have wilted in the autumn thrived vibrantly. Vines with iridescent leaves twined around ancient stone pillars, incongruous in our suburban setting. Fragrances of night-blooming jasmine, rain on stone, and something ancient and mysterious wafted through the gap, evoking memories of forgotten tales and aged lore. My heart beat steadily, not with fear but with a profound sense of wonder, reminiscent of my childhood belief in grandmother's narratives. I reached out to touch one of the midnight blue roses, expecting cool dampness from the mist. Instead, it radiated warmth as though bathed in summer's embrace. Upon contact, a soft melody drifted through the hedge, a whisper of a song, akin to recalling a tune from a dream. The golden light pulsed anew, casting shadows that moved within the garden beyond. These were not ominous forms, but graceful movements, reminiscent of dancers swaying to distant music. Each shadow left trails of soft light, akin to fireflies sketching patterns in the dark. I found myself swaying in response, my body attuned to the ephemeral melody. The thorny archway appeared to widen slightly, an unspoken invitation to traverse. While reason urged impossibility, hedges do not part like curtains, and gardens do not glow mysteriously, grandmother's wisdom echoed in my mind. She had spoken of beauty concealed behind the facade of impossibility. Water dripped from the leaves, each note harmonizing with the elusive melody beyond. Time elongated, thick and sweet like honey. The mist encircling my feet seemed purposeful, as if guiding me forward with tender hands. A balmy breeze carried the scent of roses more intensely, mingled with hints of vanilla and cedar. The shadows in the distant garden continued their ethereal dance, familiar shapes flickering among them. Grandmother's flowing dress, her storytelling gaze, the gentle gesture of her hand unveiling magic in everyday things. The golden light pulsated once more, and momentarily the entire hedge shimmered like dew-kissed petals in morning light. The gap remained, patient and inviting, neither urging nor deterring my next move. The mystery of what lay beyond lingered, suspended like held breath. Rooted in place, my feet sinking into the dewy grass, I watched as the night enveloped me. The mundane world of streetlights and urban sounds dissipated, leaving only the serene melody of falling water, the warm luminescence beyond the hedge, and the perpetual dance of shadows in that fantastical garden. My hand extended, fingertips still caressing the warm petals of the midnight blue rose. The decision to cross the threshold remained unresolved, hovering in the air like the mist encircling my feet. Perhaps true enchantment lay not in traversing the boundary, but in acknowledging the existence of thresholds, where the mundane converges with the ancient and peculiar, where childhood tales merge with reality like watercolors blending on wet canvas. A smile graced my lips as comprehension dawned. Certain gardens are meant to be glimpsed, not fully explored, their mysteries preserved like pressed flowers within the pages of memory. The hedge would retain its secrets, as it had for generations, yet now I recognized their presence, concealed behind the thorns, dancing in golden light to the melody of falling rain. Story 20. The soft patter of rain against my window enveloped me in a cocoon of tranquility on this autumn evening, lulling me into a serene state of contemplation. The warm light from my reading lamp danced across the worn pages of my leather-bound journal, where I chronicled the strange occurrences that had unfolded in recent weeks. The scratch of my fountain pen against paper provided a gentle rhythm that harmonized with the symphony of nature outside. It all began on a misty evening much like this one, when the distinct sound of carriage wheels rolling over cobblestones pierced the stillness. While such sounds were not uncommon in our historic neighborhood, this one carried an eerie consistency. The clip-clop of hooves and the turning of wheels maintained a flawless tempo, never wavering, never altering in speed. Intrigued, I set down my teacup and approached the window, drawn by the hypnotic regularity of the sound. Through the sheer curtains, I glimpsed the silhouette of an elegant carriage, its dark form barely visible in the ethereal mist that blanketed the street. The carriage moved with an almost mechanical precision, its wheels spinning at a fixed rate, the horse's hooves striking the cobblestones in perfect unison. Strangely, there was no visible coachman guiding the carriage, yet it navigated its path with unwavering determination. The windows remained opaque, offering no hint of any occupants, and the entire carriage seemed cloaked in a mysterious, light-absorbing material. That initial night, I watched it glide past my house 3 times, each circuit precisely 47 minutes apart. I found myself timing its appearances, captivated by the mathematical exactness of its presence. As the weeks unfolded, the carriage became a regular fixture on our street. Every evening, as dusk descended and the first stars emerged, the familiar sound would echo through the neighborhood. The local cats would pause in their nocturnal wanderings, while even the birds fell silent, creating an aura of hushed anticipation in the carriage's wake. Other residents began to take notice. Mrs. Henderson, residing 3 houses down, claimed to have glimpsed it passing her bedroom window at 3:17 a.m., its wheels seeming to resonate from the depths of her dreams. The neighborhood children devised a game of timing the intervals between the carriage's appearances, though their parents gently discouraged them from venturing out after dark to witness it. I found myself increasingly absorbed in the enigma. My journal overflowed with meticulous observations. The precise hue of the carriage's exterior, a blend of midnight blue and the shade of a crow's wing, the curious dimming of streetlights as it passed beneath them, the lingering scent of lilacs and wood smoke trailing in its wake. One fog-laden evening, I resolved to follow it. Clad in a warm coat, I stepped out onto the slick cobblestones just as the familiar sound drew near. The mist enveloped me, my steps creating soft splashes as I trailed after the carriage. It maintained its steady pace, oblivious to my pursuit, guiding me through winding streets and past slumbering residences. The fog thickened around us, obscuring everything save for the dark outline ahead and the path beneath my feet. Time seemed to warp, stretching and contracting like taffy manipulated by unseen forces. Eventually, the surroundings appeared unfamiliar. The architecture of the dwellings seemed ancient, subtly diverging from the norm. The bluish glow of the streetlights barely reached the ground, and the fog took on a pearlescent sheen. Yet the carriage pressed on, its wheels now emitting a melodic resonance. If I listened closely, I could discern a haunting melody woven into the rhythm, a tune ancient and sorrowful, akin to a half-remembered lullaby. The fragrance of lilacs intensified, mingling with other unfamiliar scents reminiscent of pressed flowers and aged tomes, and the sweet mustiness of attic trunks brimming with forgotten histories. Lost in this dreamlike state, I might have followed indefinitely had I not stumbled on an uneven cobblestone. The brief disruption shattered an intangible connection, and when I looked up, the carriage had vanished. The fog dissipated, revealing my familiar street, my own abode, mere yards away. The nearby church tower chimed midnight, its resonant toll permeating the now quiet air. That night I penned another entry in my journal, only to discover a small object on my desk, a solitary, impeccably preserved lilac blossom. Its petals bore an otherworldly hue of purple-black, shifting and morphing in the lamplight's glow. Months later, the carriage continues its nocturnal rounds. I've grown accustomed to its presence, finding solace in its unchanging routine. On sleepless nights, I sit by my window, observing its passage, counting the seconds between sightings, pondering its mysterious purpose. Various theories have crossed my mind. Perhaps it is a relic of a bygone era, trapped in an eternal cycle like a needle stuck on a record. Or could it serve an unfathomable function, upholding some vital equilibrium in the fabric of existence through its ceaseless motion? I've even entertained the notion that it awaits something, or someone. The lilac blossom rests in a glass vial on my desk, unaffected by time's passage. It remains vibrant, its fragrance at times seeming to hum softly in the dead of night, echoing the elusive melody from the carriage wheels. As I write these words tonight, the rain maintains its gentle cadence against my window, signaling the imminent arrival of the familiar sound of wheels on cobblestones. Part of me wonders what would unfold should I choose to follow the carriage again, surrendering to its rhythm until we reach the culmination of its eternal voyage. For now, I listen to the nearing hooves and wheels, feeling the gentle tug of slumber at my consciousness edges. The carriage persists in its perpetual circuit, its wheels revolving, horses stepping in perfect harmony, ferrying its enigmatic cargo through the mist-laden streets of a realm existing betwixt reality and dreams. Story 21. The wooden steps groaned softly under my weight as I made my way up the spiraling path of the ancient lighthouse keeper's dwelling. Each step seemed to echo with the murmurs of days long past, a gentle reminder of the history woven into the very fabric of the structure. Outside, the autumn breeze caressed the weathered walls, its melodic whispers blending harmoniously with the essence of the place. It was my grandmother's cryptic letter that had led me here, to this realm where time flowed differently, blurring the lines between reality and the realm of dreams. The air carried hints of aged books and salty sea air, mingling with the earthy aroma of rain-soaked wood. Reaching the third-floor landing, my fingertips trailed along the intricate carvings of the mahogany banister, each groove telling a story of the hands that had passed over them before mine. The evening sun filtered through tall, arched windows, casting elongated shadows that danced across the faded wallpaper like ethereal performers in a silent ballet. Nestled in my coat pocket, my grandmother's final letter awaited, its edges worn soft from repeated readings. The tower harbors secrets, her elegant script had penned. But these are secrets that murmur rather than shout, that beckon rather than alarm. When the time is ripe, dear one, follow the path of the leaning shadow. It will reveal truths long forgotten. The topmost floor unveiled a circular chamber steeped in perpetual twilight. Lazy dust motes drifted in the amber sunlight streaming through the windows, forming halos around carefully arranged furniture. A high-backed reading chair, a dainty table bearing a brass lamp, and walls adorned with enigmatic instruments whose purpose remained veiled in mystery. Yet it was the tower itself, visible through the eastern window, its distinctive tilt defying logic against the darkening sky that captivated my gaze. Sinking into the embrace of the reading chair, the supple leather seemed to mold itself to my form, as though anticipating this very moment. The soft glow of the brass lamp bathed the room in a gentle warmth that barely brushed the room's edges, leaving them shrouded in comforting shadows. Below, the sound of settling wood and gentle creaks lent a lulling cadence, as if the building itself drew breath. For 4 decades, my grandmother had resided in this place, serving as both keeper of the lighthouse and guardian of the enigmatic secrets it held. Locals spoke of her with reverence and awe, recounting tales of inexplicable lights flickering in the tower at odd hours, of phantom melodies that wafted from unseen sources, of visitors who departed with serene smiles, their newfound knowledge locked behind lips sealed by understanding. As the sun descended in its stately arc, a wondrous phenomenon unfolded. The tower's shadow, cast by the setting sun, embarked on a peculiar journey across the chamber floor, defying the laws of nature. Rather than gliding smoothly, it traced an intricate pattern, akin to the hand of a cosmic clock marking time in a dimension beyond reach. The shadow seemed to reach out to specific objects, a silver box on the mantel, an ancient compass mounted on the wall, before settling upon an unassuming stretch of wood paneling. Abiding by my grandmother's directive, I waited until the shadow aligned precisely with a faint seam in the paneling. With a gentle nudge, the section swung inward, unveiling a narrow passageway spiraling upward into the heart of the tower itself. A warm, lavender-scented breeze wafted down, reminiscent of my grandmother's cherished bloom. Smooth stones lined the passage, their subdued luminescence casting a soft glow to guide my ascent. Etched upon the walls were inscriptions that seemed to shift and morph when I tried to decipher them directly. The tower's lean grew more pronounced as I climbed, yet my balance remained unwavering, as though the skewed angle was the most natural orientation. At last I emerged into the upper chamber of the tower, a space that defied logic by its vastness compared to the exterior dimensions. Circular and lined with windows offering divergent vistas, each pane portrayed a unique tableau: a serene sea at twilight, a canopy of starlit skies, unfamiliar landscapes that eluded identification. At the room's center stood a peculiar contraption, blending elements of an astronomical instrument with a music box. Gleaming brass and copper components moved with graceful precision, devoid of any discernible mechanism propelling them. Beside it lay a soft, leather-bound notebook, filled with the flowing script of my grandmother. "Beloved," the initial page greeted me, "you have arrived at the core of it all. The tower awaited your presence, as it did mine and others before us. What lies before you transcends mere apparatus. It is a key to unlocking the subtle mysteries nestled in the interstices of time, in the pause between breaths, in the silence between heartbeats." Subsequent pages held instructions unlike any conventional manual. Rather than rigid directives, they resembled lyrical suggestions, written in the dialect of physics and reverie. They spoke of attuning the instrument not through sight or touch, but by sensing its inherent movements, by harmonizing with the tower's lean. As night draped its velvety veil, comprehension began to dawn. The tower's slant was not a flaw, but a design, positioned at the precise angle to intercept hidden streams of time and potential coursing unseen through the world. The instrument at the room's core materialized these currents, not as quantifiable entities, but as experiences meant to be felt and remembered. Hours slipped away like fleeting breaths as I communed with the instrument, absorbing its cadences, discerning the subtle nuances of its responses. Occasionally, glimpses flickered in the windows, perhaps my grandmother in her youth, gazing out with wonder, children from a bygone era frolicking in a vanished garden, vessels long returned to harbor sailing beneath unborn constellations. With the deepening night came a profound serenity. I comprehended why my grandmother had likened the tower's secrets to whispers rather than proclamations. These were truths that transcended conventional understanding, beckoning one to relinquish the compulsion for absolute comprehension, to embrace the notion that some enigmas were meant to be lived rather than unraveled. As the first blush of dawn tinged the horizon, I retraced my steps down the spiraling passageway, emerging into the circular chamber just as the morning hues painted the sky in pastel strokes. The tower's shadow now stretched westward, heralding the onset of a new day, yet I knew it would resume its enigmatic trajectory come nightfall. Nestling back into the reading chair, I felt the weight of the night's revelations envelop me like a cherished quilt. The brass lamp still cast its gentle glow, now mingling with the ethereal dawn seeping through the windows. Somewhere in the distance, seabirds called out. Their voices carried on the whispered breezes encircling the tower's walls. My grandmother's missive bore a different resonance in my pocket now. No longer a mere set of instructions, but an invitation to a legacy unfolding before me. The tower would persist in its celestial lean, capturing moments and enigmas in its elegant slant, and I would stand witness, learning, contributing my own tales to its treasury of gentle mysteries. The morning light strengthened, yet I remained ensconced in the chair, attuned to the edifice's tranquil respiration, sensing time's ebb and flow through the tower's tilted chambers. There remained more to uncover, more to fathom, but for now, the essence of being present in this space sufficed. Here, reality bent just enough to permit magic's passage, where mysteries required no resolution to be cherished. For, as my grandmother had inscribed, certain secrets were destined to murmur rather than clamor, and the tower would maintain its benevolent watch, inclining eternally toward the heavens, gathering tales akin to stardust, imparting them to those poised to listen, not merely with ears, but with hearts. Story 22. In the hush of the early morning, the gentle breath of wind caressed the ancient pines, weaving a delicate melody through the mountain trail. Each step I took, softly crunching on fallen needles, harmonized with the rhythm of my own beating heart. The mist draped low and heavy, enfolding the towering trees in a soft embrace that muffled even the faintest whispers of the wilderness. Solitude in nature had always been my sanctuary, a place of tranquil refuge. But on this particular morning, a peculiar stillness hung in the air, deeper and more profound than any silence I had ever known. The usual chorus of birds was absent, as if the mountain itself held its breath in anticipation. Nestled in my backpack was an old leather journal, a relic I had stumbled upon at an estate sale. Its pages were filled with strange musings about this very mountain range. The journal belonged to an elderly naturalist who had dwelled in these rugged lands for decades. He chronicled peculiar phenomena that unfolded in these heights, places where sound seemed to gather like water in hidden valleys, where whispers from afar resonated with crystal clarity while nearby shouts dissipated into nothingness. As I ascended higher, the mist thickened and the silence deepened. My footsteps, once a comforting cadence, now felt distant and muffled, as if belonging to another realm. The air grew denser, pressing gently against my ears with a persistent weight. Pausing to sip from my canteen, the act of swallowing echoed within me, the sound reverberating in my mind in ways that defied explanation. The naturalist's journal alluded to a specific clearing, marked by a circle of weather-beaten stones where the silence purportedly reached its zenith. According to his cryptic writings, those who stumbled upon it often encountered the quiet that speaks, a phenomenon shrouded in enigmatic descriptions that grew increasingly fragmented in his final entries. Around a colossal boulder, the clearing unfolded before me. 7 weathered stones standing sentinel in a rough circle amidst the trees. Wisps of mist twirled and pirouetted between the ancient sentinels, moving in a mesmerizing choreography. Within this sacred circle, the air was utterly motionless, yet the mist danced on, weaving an ethereal tapestry. Stepping into the circle, a subtle shift enveloped me. The pressure in my ears intensified, but rather than discomfort, it felt akin to being submerged in a warm embrace. The silence here pulsated with a peculiar vitality, as if it held a sentient awareness. My own breath became inaudible, though the rise and fall of my chest persisted. The soft crunch of pine needles beneath my boots had ceased entirely. Seated at the heart of the stone circle, leaning against one of the smaller monoliths, I opened the journal. The naturalist's final entry beckoned. The silence speaks in whispers of memory. It reveals what you need to hear, if only you listen with more than just your ears. As those words washed over me, a subtle transformation unfurled within my consciousness. The silence acquired texture and depth, layers of unseen fabric shifting and intertwining. In that profound stillness, phantom sounds materialized. The laughter of children frolicking in a distant schoolyard, the rhythmic creak of a grandmother's rocking chair, the gentle patter of summer rain on a tin roof from ages past. These were not mere recollections or echoes. They felt vividly present, yet impossibly remote, as if the silence itself acted as a conduit to distant memories. With closed eyes, I surrendered to these spectral sounds, each one enveloping me in a sensory embrace. The fragrance of lavender perfume, the warmth of summer sunlight on my skin, the taste of raindrops on my tongue. Time seemed to drift away as I lingered in this cocoon of living silence. When I finally opened my eyes, the sun dipped low on the horizon, its light feeble against the perpetual mist veiling the clearing. As I prepared to depart, a peculiar sight arrested my attention. My shadow on the ground was not solitary. Faint yet distinct shadows danced at the periphery of my vision, vanishing when I attempted to focus on them, yet their presence lingered like an echo. The final scribble in the journal's weathered pages revealed, "They are the guardians of the silent realms, the custodians of forgotten echoes, harmless beings seeking to share their trove with those attuned to listen." Descending the mountain, the symphony of the world gradually reawakened. The rustle of my footsteps, the whisper of wind through the foliage, the distant cry of a solitary bird. Yet, an indelible mark had been left upon me by the silence, a subtle resonance humming within my very being. In moments preceding slumber, I sometimes catch whispers of those impossible sounds carried on the ethereal currents of silence. And in the darkest hours of night, when the world holds its breath, I glimpse those elusive shadows at the edge of perception, patiently awaiting an audience willing to truly hear. The naturalist's wisdom proved true. The mountain harbors enigmas in its silence, narratives inscribed in the absence of sound. Despite numerous returns to that sacred place, the elusive clearing remains beyond my reach. Perhaps it reveals itself solely to those yearning to heed the voice of silence. Or perchance, like the shadows in their treasury of echoes, it exists in the liminal spaces where silence transcends mere absence, evolving into a language of its own. Story 23. The gentle embrace of twilight, draped over the weathered stone walls of the abandoned monastery, casting a hue of purple silk upon the ancient structures. Standing at the entrance, I observed as the mist of evening meandered through the archways, carrying the delicate fragrance of wild roses that intertwined with the aged stones. A serene stillness enveloped the air, signaling the impending arrival of night, where even the avian creatures seemed to pause in anticipation of darkness. Intrigued by tales of its ethereal allure, I ventured to capture the ruins through the lens of my camera, finding solace in its unfamiliarity. The heaviness of my camera around my neck provided a sense of grounding amidst the enigmatic surroundings. Sunlight filtered through shattered windows, painting elongated shadows that danced gracefully on the worn floors. Each footstep reverberated softly through the empty corridors, accompanied by the gentle rustle of leaves carried by the evening zephyr. The monastery, a witness to centuries of prayers and unspoken confessions, now embraced by nature with ivy enveloping the walls and moss blanketing the floors in a verdant carpet. Progressing further into the labyrinthine complex, I perceived a gradual drop in temperature, despite the warmth of the summer evening. The air bore a subtle dampness, causing the stone walls to glisten under the flash of my camera. A peculiar quality of light captivated my attention, lingering in corners beyond the constraints of physics, bending around pillars in defiance of logic. A particular corridor beckoned me, adorned with remnants of ancient frescoes clinging to the walls like fading memories. The figures in the paintings seemed to shift in my peripheral vision, a fleeting illusion vanishing upon direct gaze. As daylight waned, a peculiar aspect of the whispering wind that caressed the ruins caught my notice. Its movements lacked the randomness of nature, flowing with intention akin to invisible fingers trailing along the ancient stones. At times, the whispers almost morphed into an indecipherable language, teasing comprehension at the edge of awareness. Setting up my tripod in what appeared to be the main chapel, I readied for long exposure shots in the diminishing light. Despite its decay, the space exuded an aura of reverence. Fragments of stained glass cast kaleidoscopic patterns on the floor when illuminated by my flash. Adjusting my camera settings, I discerned a subtle harmony in the ambient sounds surrounding me. The wind's whispers grew more defined, weaving through the ruins like a melodic breath, blending with the intensified perfume of roses and the earthy scent of aged stone. Swaying gently, I became entranced by the rhythmic symphony of sound and scent enveloping me. Through the viewfinder, shadows seemed to gather in peculiar formations, responding to the wind's cadence as if alive, expanding and contracting with each fleeting gust. Clicking photograph after photograph, an intuition whispered that these subtle movements might elude capture by my lens. As night entrenched itself around the monastery, the temperature plummeted further. Wisps of breath materialized in the air, though not cold enough to warrant frost. The wind's whispers adopted an urgent tone, and amidst its currents, I fancied hearing my name carried in a symphony of rushing air and echoing tiles. Compelled by an inexplicable force, I ventured deeper into the complex, guided by an unnamed allure. Clicking away with my camera, I scarcely glanced at the results anymore. Moonlight cascading through the fractured roof formed shifting patterns, almost coalescing into recognizable shapes, like phantoms glimpsed through rippling water. Within what appeared to be the monastery's library, vacant shelves adorned the walls, their aged wood exuding a somber presence. Here, the wind's voice resonated the clearest, akin to pages turning in an unseen tome, carrying whispers on the cusp of comprehension. Shadows in the corners deepened, pulsating softly with each exhalation of wind. Setting up a final shot, I framed the moonlight's dance across the empty shelves. Waiting for the exposure to conclude, I closed my eyes, immersing myself in the symphony of the wind. Its melodic whispers wove a tapestry of stones, wood, leaves, and water, recounting tales of bygone eras, of muted prayers and buried secrets, of lives intertwined within the monastery's walls. Opening my eyes, I sensed a shift in the darkness surrounding me. Shadows no longer appeared vacant. They held depth, akin to windows peering into another realm. The wind's song crescendoed, resonating in my very core despite the eerie stillness of the air. Peripheral visions hinted at movement, robed forms gliding between the shelves, dissipating upon direct regard. Reluctant to depart despite the lateness of the hour, I gathered my equipment, trailed by the wind whose whispers now bore a farewell tone. The fragrance of roses intensified, nearly overwhelming in its sweetness. Glancing back at the monastery's entrance, I beheld a shimmering visage in the moonlight, suspended between realms, caught in a spectral limbo. Reviewing the photographs later revealed only crumbling stone and shadow. Yet, in the depths of night, when the wind orchestrates its ethereal serenade outside my window, echoes of that otherworldly melody linger. In dreams I return to those moonlit ruins, where the wind imparts its ancient enigmas to those willing to listen. In moments of quiet reflection, I ponder the animated shadows and elusive whispers. The inexplicable events of that night defy explanation, residing in the twilight realm between reality and imagination, between knowledge and intuition unproven. The monastery endures, its stones echoing a silent ballad to the wind. Contemplating a return, of lingering in the ancient library as shadows deepen and whispers stir anew, a sense of irrevocable change lingers. Certain doors once opened vanish into the recesses of memory, dreams, and the stories we recount when the night is darkest and the wind carries voices on the edge of understanding. Story 24. The soft sound of raindrops tapping against my window had become a familiar melody in the quiet of the night. Each droplet carried with it a hushed symphony, weaving tales of ages long past. Inheriting my grandmother's house had unlocked a hidden world of secrets within its walls. As the rain cascaded down with a gentle touch, a misty veil enveloped the surroundings, blurring the line between reality and dreams. The aged wooden floorboards whispered stories of yesteryears as I tread softly through the hallways, guided by the scent of old books and lavender, reminiscent of lazy Sundays spent in the comforting embrace of my grandmother's library. My nightly ritual felt like a sacred dance, moving through the rooms, ensuring every window was shut tight, every door secure. The house exuded a sense of both grandeur and intimacy, illuminated by the warm glow of vintage sconces that painted shifting shadows on the walls. Approaching my grandmother's study, a subtle shift in the atmosphere caught my attention. The air grew heavy with an electric charge, setting the stage for an unseen storm. The study door loomed before me, its mahogany facade exuding an aura of ancient wisdom. The brass doorknob gleamed mysteriously in the dim light, beckoning me to touch its cool surface. Opening the door felt like stepping into a different realm, where the familiar room held an undercurrent of something unknown. Shadows danced in the corners, casting an otherworldly glow, and the air carried a sweet fragrance of night-blooming flowers mingling with the scent of old tomes. As I ventured further into the study, the shelves of antique books seemed to come alive, their titles shifting and changing in the dim light. One particular volume drew me in, its dark leather binding absorbing the room's soft illumination. A subtle movement behind the desk caught my eye, like a ripple in a dark pond, sending shivers down my spine. The room pulsed with an energy of its own, as if the very walls held ancient secrets waiting to be unveiled. The book I reached for vanished into thin air, leaving behind a void that the surrounding books seemed to close in on. A whisper of lavender brushed past me, enveloping the room in a cocoon of intimacy. The outside world disappeared, leaving only darkness beyond the windows, a comforting void that seemed to cradle me in its embrace. Sinking into my grandmother's worn leather armchair, I surrendered to the shadow's mesmerizing dance. Time lost its meaning as the room transformed into a canvas of intricate patterns and shifting shapes. The darkness outside glowed with an ethereal light, hinting at hidden wonders and untold stories. The door, once a mere entrance to a study, now stood as a gateway to a realm beyond comprehension. Its wood grain flowed like liquid, revealing ancient symbols that pulsed with a silent invitation. With a sense of familiarity, I reached for the doorknob, drawn by an unseen force leading me into the unknown. As the door swung open noiselessly, I gazed into a realm of soft darkness, filled with whispers of forgotten voices and distant melodies. The scent of lavender intertwined with the essence of starlight, enveloping me in a tapestry of memories and dreams. The threshold beckoned, offering a glimpse into a world of endless possibilities. In that moment of suspended time, the choice to step through or linger in the study hung in the balance. The door symbolized a boundary between reality and imagination, a portal to realms where truth and fantasy intertwined seamlessly. Whether I crossed that threshold or remained rooted in the tangible world, the mysteries of the house continued to beckon, inviting exploration into the unknown. On quiet nights, when the rain painted a soothing rhythm on the window pane, the door stood as a silent guardian to the secrets within. It held the promise of infinite twilight, a passage to realms where shadows whispered stories of old and futures yet to unfold. The rain sang a lullaby of mysteries unsolved, reminding me that some enigmas were meant to be felt rather than understood. In the heart of the night, the door remained a gateway to the unknown, a threshold between what is and what could be, a reminder that within the darkness lies the light of endless possibilities. Story 25. The autumn breeze enveloped my rustic cabin, carrying with it the rich, earthy aroma of fallen leaves. Outside, the ancient forest stood motionless, frozen in a timeless embrace. Not a single leaf rustled, not a branch swayed in the stillness that had lingered for 3 days, defying the natural rhythm of life. Nestled in my cozy armchair, wrapped in a soft woolen blanket, I savored the crackling symphony of the fireplace. The flickering flames painted dancing shadows on the rugged walls, casting a warm glow that contrasted with the dim twilight seeping through the windows. My cup of chamomile tea sat forgotten, growing cold as I pondered the unsettling quiet that enveloped my sanctuary. The forest, usually my refuge from the chaos of the modern world, now exuded an eerie silence, heavy, almost sentient in its oppressive nature. It reminded me of the pregnant pause before a storm, a moment charged with anticipation. Yet this moment stretched on, defying explanation, a mystery cloaked in silence. My feline companion Shadow lounged on the windowsill, her obsidian fur shimmering in the firelight. Her ears remained alert, golden eyes fixed on an unseen presence in the darkness beyond. Occasionally she would tilt her head, tracking movements imperceptible to my eyes, her tail flicking with restless energy. That night, as I readied myself for bed, a peculiar sight awaited me in the bathroom mirror. A faint mist, almost ethereal, swirled behind me where darkness should have reigned. When I turned to confront it, only the veil of night greeted me, yet the ghostly impression lingered like a fleeting whisper. Sleep eluded me that night, the silence pressing against my ears until my own heartbeat resonated in the stillness. In that liminal space between consciousness and slumber, a distant, rhythmic whisper tiptoed on the edge of perception, like a secret shared in hushed tones. Morning brought no reprieve from the hush that enveloped the forest. The woodland stood frozen, a tableau of tranquility marred only by a subtle shift in the fallen leaves surrounding my cabin. Intricate patterns emerged, as if etched deliberately into the earth, spiraling outwards like cryptic messages waiting to be unraveled. Shadow, sensing the unease that cloaked the day, refused to venture outside, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on the enigmatic designs in the foliage. Venturing out to gather firewood, I traversed an unseen resistance in the air, a dense, syrupy heaviness that clung to my skin regardless of sunlight or shade. The temperature remained in uncanny equilibrium, neither warm nor cold, unsettling my senses. As twilight approached, a subtle shift heralded a change in the stagnant days. The mist, once a mere whisper in the mirror, now materialized at the forest's edge, weaving its ghostly tendrils amongst the trees. Within its pale embrace, ephemeral shapes danced and dissolved, teasing the eye with fleeting glimpses of movement. The whispering breath grew more pronounced with the onset of darkness, a pervasive presence that filled the void between heartbeats. Shadow pressed closer, her fur bristling, as we watched the mist inch closer to the cabin, bearing scents of antiquity and earth. That night, my dreams wove a tapestry of roots creeping through floorboards, leaves murmuring my name, and trees peering through windows with eyes veiled by bark. The whisper evolved into a voice, murmuring in a language both familiar and elusive. Awakening to damp sheets, the patterns etched in the leaves had evolved, intricate spirals radiating from my dwelling like the grooves of a colossal fingerprint. Even in daylight, the mist lingered, caressing the ground in tendrils that seemed to reach for my every step. Shadow, restless, flitted from window to window, tracking unseen movements. On the seventh day of stillness, I discovered handprints upon my windows, not on the glass, but in the condensation that had formed overnight. Larger than human hands, with a surplus of fingers, they traced winding paths like vines. The whispered breath now a constant backdrop, rising and falling like ocean waves against a distant shore. Seated by the fire that evening, I noticed the shadows no longer danced to the flame's tune. They swayed in synchrony with the forest's breath, mirroring a rhythm unseen. The enigmatic patterns from the leaves had infiltrated my abode, manifesting in the dust on my shelves, the grain of the wooden floors, the very fabric of my blankets. In a sudden burst of movement, Shadow dashed to the door, pressing her ear against the wood. The breathing sound crescendoed, resonating within my chest, my heartbeat harmonizing with an ancient pulse. The mist crept through crevices, carrying scents of moss and decay, a herald of something ancient stirring. Instead of fear, a profound recognition stirred within me, as if I had finally glimpsed a truth that had eluded me. The cryptic patterns spoke a language of leaves, shadows, and breath, a language I was just beginning to decipher. As I pen these words, the forest remains tranquil, yet teeming with life. The mist has become a constant companion, swirling at my feet as I move through my abode. Shadow, now at peace, no longer fixates on the windows. The breathing sound, a familiar lullaby, only noticeable in its rare absences. In the dead of night, I sense a whisper of understanding, the patterns coalescing into words and images just beyond grasp. The boundary between my existence and the ancient consciousness that envelops me fades, dissolving with each passing day. Uncertain if the forest has transformed or my eyes have finally opened, I find solace in the expectant stillness, like a held breath before a revelation. The leaves pirouette, the mist spins its tails, and amidst heartbeats, the forest breathes. I breathe in harmony, entwined in a mystery that thrives on unanswered questions, suspended in the air like morning mist, beckoning us to listen, to wonder. Story 26. The aging house exuded a sense of enigmatic tranquility after nightfall. Seated in my grandfather's weathered leather armchair, I observed the fading amber hues of daylight vanish from the sky, allowing the shadows to elongate and pirouette across the time-worn wooden floor. The rhythmic melody of raindrops tapping against the window panes established a soothing cadence, harmonizing with the gentle crackling of firewood within the fireplace. Inheriting this abode 3 months prior, I found solace in its antiquated charm by day, yet the nocturnal hours unveiled a peculiar essence that eluded description. The atmosphere grew denser, as if the obscurity itself bore weight. The fragrance of aged books intermingled with cedar wood permeated every nook, blending with the earthy scent of rain-soaked soil wafting through the slightly warped window frames. My gaze drifted towards the grandfather clock nestled in the corner, its unwavering tick-tock measuring time with meticulous precision. The brass pendulum swayed hypnotically, casting fluid reflections upon the dim wallpaper. As drowsiness beckoned, a peculiar sight captured my attention at the window across the room, an anomaly unnoticed in prior nights. The raindrops cascading against the glass painted an unusual pattern, appearing to flow sideways rather than earthward. I blinked languidly, pondering if fatigue played tricks on my perception. The flickering firelight endowed the window with an almost liquid quality, causing the glass to ripple subtly, defying its inherent rigidity. Rising from the armchair, I advanced towards the window with deliberate steps, my hushed footfalls muffled by the floor's aged boards. Proximity unveiled nuanced irregularities that unsettled my senses. The frame, previously assumed crafted from dark wood akin to others, possessed an iridescent sheen resembling moonlit mother of pearl. The glass, cool to the touch yet paradoxically warm, elicited a curious sensation. Peering beyond the glass, the familiar view of the garden, with its overgrown rose bushes and cobblestone path, metamorphosed into a mist veiled in a gentle luminosity. Within the fog, ethereal shapes stirred, too fluid to be corporeal, yet too defined to be mere phantasms. They waltzed and twirled in patterns evoking half-remembered dreams. The grandfather clock tolled 9, its sonorous chimes resonating throughout the room. Each reverberation seemed to ripple through the enigmatic mist beyond the window, momentarily halting the ethereal dance within. The rain's patter intensified, now carrying whispers, not ominous or alarming, but soft murmurings reminiscent of leaves rustling in a summer zephyr. Settling onto the window seat, my reflection in the glass grew faint as I fixated on the mysteries unfolding beyond. The fog began to thin intermittently, unveiling fleeting glimpses of what resembled another room, a room inconceivable outside this second-story window. Elegantly adorned furniture, levitating books, and a mirror image of the same window facing back at me materialized in fragments. The whispers, though indistinct, resonated with the warmth of familiar voices, akin to distant friends conversing just beyond earshot. The rain's aroma transmuted into a complex blend, redolent of vanilla, aged parchment, and a sweet floral essence eluding identification. The air surrounding the window hummed with a gentle vibrancy, reminiscent of a bell's aftermath. Time seemed fluid, the clock's ticks elongating akin to honey trickling from a spoon. The mist's undulating forms wove narratives, tales of other nights, other observers, and other windows. Glimpses of individuals who may have occupied this spot before me materialized, their countenances serene and inquisitive, hands reaching towards the glass as mine did. As the dwindling fire cast new shadows that inscribed and vanished, elegant script emerged within. Words in unfamiliar tongues, comprehensible yet unknown. They narrated of portals and thresholds, of interstitial realms, of chambers existing within reality's creases. Heavy-lidded, I resisted succumbing to slumber, fearful of missing the next revelation in that enigmatic tableau. The fog's ethereal ballet persisted, occasionally parting to unveil further tantalizing glimpses of the fantastical chamber beyond. At times, hints of movement, billowing curtains, shifting shadows, perhaps even a semblance of someone occupying a chair akin to my grandfather's, teased my perception. The whispers evolved into a mellifluous lullaby, interweaving with the rain's symphony in a serene harmony. They divulged secrets of concealed locales, of hidden dimensions, of worlds bordering our own through the fragile barrier of glass. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, between this room and that ethereal space, I sensed a soft click, akin to a door unlocking, followed by a faint creak of hinges. Lulled by a cool breeze redolent of aged tomes and boundless potential, my consciousness ebbed. At daybreak, I found myself ensconced in my grandfather's chair, draped in a forgotten blanket. The window appeared ordinary once more, revealing solely the rain-drenched garden outside. Yet, upon the window seat rested a single parchment, its edges curling slightly, adorned with elegantly shifting script eluding direct scrutiny. Despite my efforts, the inscriptions remained inscrutable. Occasionally, under nocturnal rainfall and aligning shadows, I felt as though I almost comprehended their enigma. Since that night, I've lingered by the window, an eager observer. The mist occasionally materializes, unveiling the otherworldly chamber. At times, only shadows linger. Yet the whispers persist, accompanied by the gentle rain, promising revelations yet undiscovered. And sometimes, as the grandfather clock strikes 9 and the fire wanes, I ponder whether an enigmatic observer in that clandestine space gazes back, penning tales of a window bridging our realms. Story 27. The gentle autumn rain whispered against the ancient stone, creating a soothing melody under the twilight sky. Standing before the weathered church, its spire reaching towards mist-covered clouds, I found myself entranced by the dance of fallen leaves swirling around me in graceful spirals. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and aged wood, carrying whispers of forgotten prayers and silent bells from centuries past. Unintentionally led to this sacred haven by a meandering path on my evening stroll, I felt as if time itself had paused within the church's embrace. The moss-covered walls glowed softly in the fading light, telling stories of seasons long gone. The heavy door opened effortlessly, releasing a musical sigh that echoed through the empty nave, blending with the distant lullaby of the rain outside. Inside, the stained glass windows cast muted hues across the worn stone floor, while the air held a crystalline stillness, as if preserving the very essence of the cathedral. Wooden pews bore witness to generations of devotion, each one a silent testament to the prayers of the faithful. The scent of old wood and extinguished candles lingered, mingling with the sacred silence that enveloped the space. As I moved deeper into the church, the carvings on the walls and columns seemed to come alive, their expressions shifting with the play of light and shadow. A lone candle flickered near the altar, casting dancing shadows that beckoned towards a small wooden door hidden in the wall. Intrigued, I followed its call. Ascending the spiral staircase, the rain's rhythmic music grew louder, accompanied by a sweet, ancient fragrance that hung in the air. Emerging in the bell tower chamber, moonlight painted silver paths on the floor, illuminating an old desk adorned with leather-bound books and faded papers. The sound of phantom bells filled the room, weaving a delicate melody that spoke of unseen wonders and forgotten dreams. Seated in a wooden chair, time lost its meaning as shadows and moonlight danced around me. The papers on the desk rustled mysteriously, as if whispering secrets of time and eternity. The phantom bells chimed with ethereal grace, infusing the chamber with a profound sense of peace that transcended the bounds of reality. In that timeless space, where darkness and moonlight intertwined, I glimpsed fleeting movements in the shadows and caught whispers of ancient wisdom in the air. The boundaries between waking and dreaming blurred, allowing for a deeper connection to the mysteries that surrounded me. Words appeared on the stone walls, telling tales of past visitors who had been drawn to this enigmatic sanctuary. Lost in the tranquility of the chamber, where raindrops fell in patterns that lingered before fading, I felt a profound sense of belonging to a place beyond time. The ancient stones seemed to breathe with secrets waiting to be unraveled by those who dared to listen. And as I finally made my way back down the spiral staircase, the single candle still burned steadily by the altar, illuminating the path to the dawn outside. Stepping into the gentle mist of morning, I turned to gaze at the church one last time, feeling the presence of kind, ancient faces in the windows, smiling with knowing wisdom. Though the path back to the church eluded me in my subsequent attempts to return, I would sometimes hear the distant chime of silver bells on rainy evenings, a reminder that the forgotten church stood steadfast in its own pocket of time, waiting for the next wanderer to uncover its mysteries. Story 28. The gentle rain tapped against the window panes of my grandmother's ancient home, creating a soothing, rhythmic melody that filled the air. Just a fortnight ago, I had come into possession of the Victorian mansion with its creaking floors and vintage wallpaper steeped in memories. Yet, now that I wandered its halls alone, a subtle shift seemed to have taken place. The rain enveloped the house in a cozy embrace as I strolled through the familiar corridors, my bare feet barely whispering on the aged hardwood beneath me. That particular evening, ascending the staircase with a cup of chamomile tea steaming in my hands, the warm amber light from my antique brass lamp painted the walls with dancing shadows. The house seemed alive, its wooden framework expanding and contracting in harmony with the weather outside. Each step I took elicited a soft groan from the stairs, akin to hushed conversations between longtime companions. Upon reaching the second floor, I paused, drawn by a peculiar scent lingering in the air. A blend of old books, dried lavender, and an elusive undertone that defied identification. It was a scent that hinted at the anticipation and promise that precede a summer storm. Intrigued, I followed the scent's trail to the guest bedroom at the far end of the hallway, a room seldom visited even in my childhood days. The door stood slightly ajar, allowing a silvery light to spill out, different from the warm glow of my lamp. Pushing the door open, the hinges released a low, melodious sigh. The room appeared much as I remembered it, the faded floral wallpaper, the heavy burgundy curtains, the ornate mirror above the dresser. Yet an undeniable difference hung in the air. Raising my gaze, I felt a gasp catch in my throat. The ceiling, once a plain eggshell white, now seemed to stretch infinitely upward. It was not a frightening sight. Rather, it held a mesmerizing quality. The familiar plaster texture gradually dissolved into layers of translucent mist, swirling in hypnotic, slow patterns. The silvery light that had caught my eye before emanated from this mysterious expanse, casting soft shadows that moved like underwater foliage in a gentle current. Settling into the old wingback chair by the window, my tea forgotten in my hands, I lost myself in the captivating display above. The longer I watched, the more intricate details emerged in the boundless space overhead. At times I glimpsed what appeared to be twinkling stars behind the mist, while other times shapes materialized and dissipated, perhaps birds in flight or leaves carried by an unseen breeze. Outside, the rain continued its tranquil symphony, but within this room the sound took on new dimensions. Each droplet created ethereal ripples in the air, disturbing the mist in mesmerizing patterns. The scent of lavender mingled with notes of midnight dew and moonflowers, enveloping me in a cocoon of tranquility. Time seemed to blur as I sat there, lost in contemplation. Minutes melded into hours as I observed the ceiling's gentle dance. Occasionally, a sound akin to distant wind chimes reached my ears, though I knew no such chimes adorned the window. It ebbed and flowed like a far-off radio signal, adding to the room's mystique. Recollections of my grandmother's words about houses harboring secrets surfaced in my mind. She often spoke of homes collecting memories and dreams, akin to how others gather photographs or trinkets. Was she aware of this room? Had she spent evenings enraptured by the shifting ceiling? As night deepened, the mist above began to form what resembled writing, symbols of a language just beyond my grasp, yet imbued with graceful significance. The room retained its serene ambiance, yet an undeniable presence lingered, as if the space itself held a quiet awareness, not menacing or overbearing, but reminiscent of the feeling one experiences in an ancient library or a centuries-old garden in bloom. At some point, I must have drifted into slumber, lulled by the rain's gentle patter and the hypnotic display above. When I awoke, sunlight bathed the room in a rosy hue, seeping through the burgundy curtains. Glancing upward, the ceiling appeared ordinary once more, the familiar eggshell white plaster of my childhood memories. My tea sat cold on the side table, and the air carried only a faint hint of lavender. Rising from the chair, I felt remarkably rejuvenated, as though I had been in repose for days rather than mere hours. A new discovery caught my eye, A lone dried sprig of lavender laid delicately on the dresser, emitting a burst of fragrance that mirrored the previous night's scent. Occasionally, I still find myself sleeping in that room, particularly on rainy evenings. The infinite ceiling does not reveal itself each time, seemingly choosing its moments with discretion, like a shy companion who appears only when conditions align perfectly. I have learned not to coerce or foresee its appearance, but rather to embrace the mystery it embodies, a reminder that even the most familiar places conceal boundless wonders. On certain nights, I sense a comprehension of the enigmatic symbols in the mist. Other nights, I'm content to observe their graceful movements. Yet always, an aura of serenity pervades the room, as if the infinite ceiling imparts a secret that transcends conventional understanding. Silent about the room with the endless ceiling, I believe some mysteries are meant to be encountered, not unraveled. During tranquil nights when rain taps gently against the windows and the air resonates with lavender and potential, I am aware that somewhere above me, in that limitless expanse, the mist continues its eternal dance, inscribing tales in a language only dreams comprehend. Story 29. In the quiet embrace of a rain-soaked night, the old house hummed with a delicate symphony of droplets against the window panes. A melody of tranquility echoed through the echoing halls of the Victorian mansion I had recently inherited from my grandmother. Every day spent within its storied walls unraveled new enigmas concealed in the shadows of time. The aged wooden floorboards murmured beneath my steps, whispering tales of bygone eras in soft, reverent tones. On a particular autumn evening, as the melancholic wind weaved its sorrowful tune through the cracks of the windows, an inexplicable pull drew me towards the narrow staircase ascending to the attic. The brass handle of the attic door, cool to the touch, yielded effortlessly, as if beckoning me into its forgotten realm. The fragrance of aged books and faded memories wafted down to meet me as I climbed the creaking stairs, my flashlight illuminating a path through the swirling dust particles that shimmered like celestial stars in the dimness. Each step I took brought me closer to the treasures my grandmother had safeguarded over her lifetime, each item holding a silent narrative waiting to be unveiled. The attic unfurled before me like an endless expanse of shrouded shapes draped in white sheets, resembling silent phantoms maintaining their eternal vigil. My footfalls were muffled by the thick blanket of dust carpeting the wooden floor, while the rain outside sustained its gentle lullaby on the slanted roof, cocooning me in a serene solitude. Amidst the veiled furniture and stacked boxes, a peculiar sight seized my attention. Nestled in the farthest corner, partly obscured behind an ancient trunk, sat a Victorian rocking chair untouched by dust compared to its surroundings. The worn velvet upholstery retained a deep burgundy hue, and perched upon it was a porcelain doll of unfamiliar origin. Clad in a gown of faded blue silk embellished with aged lace, the doll's exquisitely crafted face exuded a sense of eternal calm, its rosy cheeks and delicate features frozen in a semblance of tranquil grace. Yet it was the doll's eyes that held me spellbound. Crafted from painted glass, they possessed an uncanny depth that appeared to shift in the flickering beam of my flashlight. As I approached, the floorboards let out a soft, protesting groan beneath my weight, resonating in the stillness of the attic. The doll sat motionless, hands folded neatly in its lap, as if awaiting a long-lost companion. A tiny key protruded from the doll's back, hinting at its function as a music box, though I hesitated to wind it within the attic's hush. The atmosphere surrounding the rocking chair felt altered, cooler, denser, as if holding its breath. My exhalations materialized into wispy clouds in the flashlight's glow, while the rest of the attic retained the warmth of the departing day. Tentatively, I reached out to caress the doll's porcelain cheek, and instead of the anticipated icy smoothness, I encountered a gentle warmth pulsing ever so faintly beneath my fingertips. In that fleeting moment, a whisper of a melody, akin to a distant music box, drifted through the air, its soft notes evoking a lullaby my grandmother used to hum to me in my youth. Though barely audible, the tune seemed to weave through the air with a poignant nostalgia. Lost in the reverie, I witnessed the rocking chair stir, a subtle, almost imperceptible movement that quickened my pulse. Had I not stood motionless, I might have missed it entirely. The chair settled back into stillness, yet an expectant hush lingered in the air. Subsequently, I found myself drawn back to the attic with increasing frequency. At times, I would sit for hours in a nearby chair, observing the doll in its serene pose. During the profound stillness of certain nights, when the house submerged into profound silence, the ethereal strains of that distant melody lingered on the edge of perception. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and cast the attic in amber hues and shadows, I stumbled upon a small diary nestled behind the rocking chair. Pages inscribed with my grandmother's elegant penmanship revealed a photograph serving as a bookmark. The image depicted my grandmother as a young girl, seated in the same rocking chair, cradling what seemed to be the very doll before me. Yet a peculiar dissonance pervaded the photograph. The doll's stance differed slightly from my encounter, its head tilted at a new angle, its hands arranged in an alternate configuration. Within the diary, my grandmother chronicled a gift bestowed upon her 8th birthday, a musical doll that serenaded her with the sweetest lullabies she had ever heard. She recounted how the doll provided solace during thunderous nights, and how, on solitary occasions, she believed she could discern its melody even without being wounded. The final entry concerning the doll was inscribed a mere few days before my grandmother's passing. She inscribed her sense of the doll's companionship during her final days, recounting how the ancient lullaby permeated her dreams. The diary concluded abruptly, as if an unseen force had interrupted her thoughts. Now, amidst the tranquil evenings within my grandmother's abode, I am often compelled back to the attic. The doll remains seated within the rocking chair, its tranquil countenance unaltered yet subtly transformed with each viewing. Occasionally, on the brink of slumber, I catch the familiar lullaby descending from above, a gentle reminder of my grandmother's affection encapsulated in porcelain and silk, safeguarding the house and its recollections. The enigma of the doll persists unsolved, and perhaps it is destined to remain so. Certain enigmas are best savored as delicate musings, suspended between reality and dreams. During those moments when the house attains its profoundest quiet, when raindrops tap softly against the windows and the zephyr murmurs through the corridors, I find solace in the knowledge that somewhere above, in that dusty attic, a porcelain doll maintains its eternal watch, harboring secrets and memories within its tender, warm embrace. On especially serene nights, I have learned to discern the subtle shift in the atmosphere heralding the melody. A gentle alteration in pressure, a slight increase in warmth, as if the house itself inhales deeply before the lullaby commences. In those instances, adrift between wakefulness and dreams, I comprehend why my grandmother chose to withhold the doll's true essence from others. Certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than expounded, felt rather than comprehended. Thus, the doll remains ensconced in its attic corner, neither wholly of this world nor entirely separate from it, a gentle custodian of familial memories and unspoken tales. Its presence metamorphosed into a source of solace rather than disquiet, a familiar enigma suffusing the ancient house with a sense of tranquil wonder. Night after night, as slumber claims me, I envision the benevolent vigil of the doll extending throughout the house, interweaving dreams and recollections in an eternal lullaby that reverberates softly within the interstices of heartbeats. Story 30. The gentle patter of autumn rain against the weathered stone of my grandmother's Victorian house created a soothing symphony in the quiet evening air. Inheriting this old property only a fortnight ago, I found myself irresistibly drawn to its hidden nooks and crannies, uncovering new enigmas within its ancient walls each night. As I sat in the library, bathed in the warm glow of a vintage brass lamp illuminating rows of leather-bound books, my thoughts drifted to a peculiar sound emanating from beneath the floorboards. Unlike the usual creaks of aged wood or the whispers of the wind, this sound held a unique quality, a rhythmic flow akin to water coursing through ancient pipes, yet with a melodic undertone. My grandmother used to speak of the house's hidden secrets, but none as captivating as the ancient cistern lying dormant beneath its foundation. Constructed in a time when rainwater collection was essential, this underground chamber had long been sealed off, or so I was told. However, the enchanting melody rising from below begged the question. Perhaps a part of the cistern still thrived in the shadows, concealed from prying eyes. With each passing moment, the sound grew clearer, resonating with a delicate yet unmistakable clarity. It evoked the sensation of wind chimes chiming underwater, a paradoxical blend of muffled and crystalline notes that defied logic yet existed harmoniously. As the rain outside intensified, the mysterious resonance within the house seemed to ebb and flow in response to nature's rhythm. I found myself wandering the ground floor, guided by the ethereal sound like a trail through a labyrinth. The old hardwood floors muffled my bare footsteps, and even the familiar creaks of the house fell silent, as if the very structure was attuned to the mysterious cadence. The flickering shadows cast by the brass lamp danced along the walls, animating the floral wallpaper in my peripheral vision. Beneath a worn rug in the kitchen, a relic from my great-grandmother, I stumbled upon a trapdoor previously unnoticed. The aged wood felt smooth under my touch, a brass ring pull beckoning me to unveil its secrets. The sound intensified here, a whispered conversation just beyond comprehension, rising through the floorboards like a siren's call. With a mix of trepidation and anticipation, I lifted the ring, revealing stone steps leading into darkness. Descending cautiously, my lamp cast an amber glow that was absorbed by the cool air, carrying hints of mineral-rich water and ancient stone. The perfectly crafted stone walls spoke of a craftsmanship lost to time, and the gentle trickle of water created an intentional symphony in the darkness. At the chamber's base, the vast cistern lay shrouded in shadows, its surface reflecting the light in mesmerizing patterns that defied depth perception. The water's surface shimmered, each droplet transmuting into a musical note that blended harmoniously with the rain's symphony above. Immersed in the mesmerizing acoustics of the chamber, I discerned whispers interwoven with the water's song, voices that hinted at ancient tales and forgotten memories, teasing comprehension yet remaining elusive. These spectral voices spoke in tongues almost familiar, weaving narratives of significance just beyond reach. Lost in the timeless embrace of the underground chamber, I surrendered to the hypnotic melody, where time flowed in whispers and echoes rather than minutes and seconds. Emerging from the depths, the night had deepened, the rain ceased, and the mystical melody faded to a mere whisper. Concealing the trapdoor once more with the rug, I knew I would return to the cistern's hidden sanctuary. Its ethereal music had become an intrinsic part of the house's essence, a clandestine symphony echoing eternally beneath our feet. Each night, as I lay in bed, I strained to catch the elusive strains of that watery melody, sometimes crystal clear, other times a mere echo in the silence. I've learned to accept that certain mysteries are not meant to be unraveled but experienced, felt in the quiet interludes between thoughts, in the pauses between raindrops. The cistern's eternal performance continues, captivating an audience of stone and shadows. In dreams that blur the lines between reality and reverie, I decipher cryptic messages within the water's music, ancient wisdom and forgotten tales carried on currents of sound. Yet the true meaning, the profound truths concealed within those murmurs, remain tantalizingly beyond my grasp, slipping away like the memory of rainfall. Story 31. The soft rustle of dried leaves brushing against my window on a crisp autumn evening interrupted my reading. Their gentle whispers carried a peculiar melody, distinct from the usual chaotic rustling of wind-blown debris. Intrigued, I set my book aside and focused on the soothing scratching sounds enveloping me. The old house settled around me, its comforting creaks blending harmoniously with the symphony of nature. Nestled in my favorite armchair, a cherished leather heirloom from my grandfather, I basked in the warm glow of the reading lamp, casting elongated shadows across the polished hardwood floors as darkness crept in. Beyond the window, the sun had vanished, leaving behind a deep purple twilight that seeped into the room like watercolors on paper. It was then that I discerned a pattern in the dance of the leaves. Their movements against the glass held a rhythmic quality, akin to Morse code or the deliberate cadence of human speech. The soft beginnings crescendoed gently before fading, only to restart moments later. Entranced by the mesmerizing symphony, I abandoned my book, drawn to the window by an inexplicable curiosity. The evening air carried the nostalgic sense of autumn, decaying leaves, distant wood smoke, and a sweet crispness that heralded the season's arrival. As I approached the window, the leaf song intensified. Standing closer, I observed the swirling leaves more distinctly, golden and brown hues twirling gracefully in the encroaching darkness, catching the remnants of daylight on their edges. Each leaf seemed to pirouette with deliberate elegance, as if partaking in a natural ballet of cosmic proportions. The longer I gazed, the more convinced I became that this dance was no mere product of the evening breeze. Exhaling soft puffs of fog on the window pane, I leaned in closer. In the dimming light, shapes emerged within the swirling leaves, not quite discernible, but organized enough to defy randomness. They almost took form before dissolving back into the whirlwind, like fleeting faces in billowing clouds. A subtle chill permeated the room, despite the steady hum of the aged radiator. A shiver traced my spine, not solely from the cold. The leaf song underwent a melancholic shift, evoking half-remembered echoes from childhood, a forgotten lullaby, or a grandmother's hum in the garden. Unconsciously, I hummed along, the ancient melody resonating with a primal familiarity that transcended memory. In response, the leaves' dance grew more intricate, purposeful. They wove spirals that rotated, creating kaleidoscopic patterns and autumnal hues. My hand reached for the window latch, compelled by an unexplainable urge to invite the leaf song inside, to bridge the barrier between us. The cool metal beneath my touch gave pause, uncertainty clouding my mind. Rationality suggested retreat, illumination breaking the enchantment woven over the evening. Yet the allure of the song was irresistible, promising revelations to unasked questions. Fingers hesitated on the latch as the leaves pressed closer, their urgency palpable. Night had fully descended, yet their ethereal glow persisted, resembling fading embers stirred by a gentle breeze. A sudden creak from the old house jolted me from reverie. Blinking, I realized the length of my reverie, the room now frigid, my abandoned book a lonely figure in the lamplight pool. Reluctantly, I withdrew from the window latch, the leaf song sighing in a plaintive note of disappointment. Observing as the intricate patterns dissolved, leaves drifted away to rejoin the nocturnal chaos outside. Resuming my seat, I retrieved my neglected book, but the haunting melody lingered in the air, intertwining with the house's nocturnal symphony, the ticking clock, shifting floorboards, and whispering pages. In the depths of night, on the cusp of slumber, snippets of ancient words seemed to surface in the leafy chorus, a language on the brink of comprehension. That night, the window remained shut, the unanswered question of what might have transpired left to whims of speculation. The autumn winds persisted, leaves dancing against the window each evening, their song a timeless enigma whispering secrets of forgotten realms. With windows firmly latched, I embraced the mysteries left unexplored, content in the knowledge that some truths are best left veiled. Yet, in the silence of midnight, a haunting melody occasionally stirs within me, and the leaves outside rustle in response, as if acknowledging a shared memory of a dance suspended in time. Story 32. The gentle glow of streetlights filtered through a soft autumn mist, casting elongated shadows that swayed and danced with ethereal grace. The cobblestones beneath my feet shimmered with evening dew, each step echoing softly through the quiet alley. Ancient brick buildings towered on either side, their weathered facades smoothed by years of rain and wind. Despite having traversed this path countless times, tonight held a sense of strangeness in the air. A peculiar stillness enveloped everything, as if the very world held its breath in anticipation. The familiar scents of autumn, fallen leaves, distant wood smoke, and cooling stone hung in the air with deliberate intensity. My footsteps slowed as I noticed the shadows lingering a fraction longer after I passed, twisting and bending in defiance of the street lamp's positions. Like dark silk swaying in an unseen breeze, they held a mysterious allure. The tap of my shoes against stone became the sole sound in a world that had hushed to a whisper. To my right, the old antique shop displayed its array of curiosities in the window: brass candlesticks, vintage photographs in tarnished frames, delicate porcelain figurines. However, tonight, the items seemed to have shifted ever so slightly from their usual arrangement. A particular photograph drew my gaze, depicting a misty alley uncannily similar to the one I stood in. The mist thickened, not threateningly, but like a gentle embrace settling over the evening, carrying a faint metallic tang of rain-washed pennies and autumn leaves. The amber glow of the streetlights morphed into pulsing halos, almost breathing in a slow rhythm. Walking on, I observed subtle changes unfolding around me. The shadows cast by objects in the antique shop's window no longer matched their sources, moving with fluid elegance, hinting at shapes just beyond recognition. Yet their dance held no fear. It captivated, soothing in its tranquility. The brick walls absorbed the sound of my steps, cocooning me in a silence like a comforting shawl. The air thickened with the scent of old books and tea leaves, though no shop nearby sold such wares. Specks of light floated lazily through the mist, resembling fireflies on a summer night. I found myself drawn into the hypnotic ambiance, my pace slowing. The shadows responded to my presence, not menacingly, but with a shy curiosity, reaching out before gracefully retreating as I turned to meet them. The antique shop's window now reflected more than just its contents. Within its glass, layers of time intertwined. Ghostly figures of people from bygone eras, transparent and serene, moving soundlessly through an eternal loop of existence, oblivious to my presence or the present. The mist wove intricate patterns in the air, almost like smoke-written words, while the shadows took on clearer forms, mirroring the lives of long-forgotten denizens of the alley. Approaching the alley's end, I noticed a peculiar trait of my own shadow. It moved out of sync with my steps, almost contemplating each movement independently. There was a comforting delay in its mimicry, like an echo reverberating through time. The air grew warmer, carrying hints of chamomile and lavender, though no gardens flourished nearby. The mist pulsed gently with a soft, inner amber light, as the brick walls seemed to breathe, rippling subtly with each luminous beat. Reaching out to touch a wall, I felt a gentle warmth beneath my fingertips. The bricks held memories, releasing them in waves of sensation. The touch of countless hands, whispered conversations of strangers, the embrace of summer warmth and winter chill. Shadows began weaving intricate designs on the cobblestones, telling tales of the alley's past, of intersecting lives, of shared secrets and vows. Each pattern transitioned seamlessly, forming an endless narrative of light and shadow. Lost in the spectacle, time blurred, and I found myself immersed in the alley's ongoing story. As evening deepened, The shadows grew more defined, yet gentler, purposefully shaping forms resembling doorways or windows to other eras. Through these shadowy gateways, glimpses of the alley's history flickered. Carriages passing silently, lamplighters igniting gas lamps, elegant women sweeping doorsteps in long dresses. The antique shop's window transformed into a canvas for temporal echoes, reflecting layers of past and potential futures in its ever-shifting displays. My shadow melded with others in a silent ballet, harmonizing effortlessly with the patterns on the cobblestones, creating new ripples that seamlessly merged with the existing flow. The experience was not unsettling, but profoundly serene, as if I had found my place in an eternal choreography. As I turned to depart, my shadow hesitated briefly before following. The mist parted gently, bidding me farewell in the warm glow of the streetlights. The air still carried the enigmatic scents of chamomile and old books, fading like a vanishing dream. Glancing back, I witnessed the shadows continuing their silent performance, spinning tales in the interplay of light and dark. The antique shop window reflected a final image, my figure walking through the alley, from a time that could have been yesterday or a century ago. The distinction no longer mattered. Carrying the tranquility of that evening, I journeyed home, knowing the alley would forever hold a new mystique. Its shadows would forever dance, recounting silent stories to those who paused to observe and listen. And sometimes on quiet, misty evenings, I returned to join their gentle ballet, adding my shadow to their timeless, hushed symphony. Story 33. The autumn breeze murmured through the trees as I strolled along the twisting path leading to my grandmother's ancient Victorian home. The weathered wooden steps groaned beneath my steps, a familiar melody evoking countless childhood memories. The porch lanterns, typically casting a warm, golden aura over the wraparound veranda, stood eerily dark that evening, their glass surfaces reflecting only the pale moon's light. It had been 3 months since I inherited the house after my grandmother's peaceful passing in her slumber. Since then, I had made it a nightly ritual to ignite the 12 antique lanterns at sunset, just as she had done for decades before me. This routine brought me solace, a way to keep her spirit alive in this space steeped in nostalgia. However, on this particular night, a sense of unease lingered in the air. The atmosphere was unusually still, saturated with the fragrance of rain-soaked soil and aged timber. As my hand reached for my key ring, it brushed against the brass lighter in my coat pocket, the very same one my grandmother had used for years, its surface worn smooth by time. Stepping into the foyer, I was embraced by the familiar blend of subtle lavender and old books, scents my grandmother had carefully curated through dried flowers and leather-bound volumes. My footsteps whispered softly on the hardwood floors as I navigated the house, illuminating the vintage wall sconces that bathed the Victorian wallpaper in a gentle amber hue. Commencing my nightly ritual, I approached the lantern by the front entrance. The brass lighter clicked as I struck it, but the wick remained stubbornly unlit. Perplexed, I tried again to no avail. Each lantern I attempted met the same resistance, the wicks rejecting the flame as if on cue. A cool breeze stirred the ivy on the porch, casting dancing shadows on the wooden boards. The moon ascended higher, casting a silver glow through the leaves, painting shifting patterns that seemed to possess a life of their own. Progressing around the porch, every lantern stayed dark, their glass panes merely reflecting my growing bewilderment. The brass lighter, never failing before, ignited a candle effortlessly when tested inside, the flame unwavering. The grandfather clock's gentle ticking floated through an open window, marking the passage of time. Yet, this evening existed in a realm outside of normal time, as if the darkness of the lanterns had created a pocket of stillness in the world. Memories surfaced of my grandmother's tales about the lanterns, shared during quiet evenings on the porch swing. She spoke of their lineage, handcrafted by my great-great-grandfather. One story in particular resurfaced in my mind, a tale about the lanterns refusing to illuminate on significant nights. Settling into the porch swing, I let its gentle creaks merge with the nocturnal symphony. The air grew cooler, carrying the sweet scent of honeysuckle. In the distance, an owl's soft call intertwined with rustling leaves. Observing the darkened lanterns, I noticed a peculiar sight. Thin silver strands seemed to connect each lantern in the moonlight, appearing and disappearing like ethereal spider silk catching the light. The grandfather clock chimed midnight, its deep tones resonating through the serene night. With each toll, the silver threads grew more defined, forming a delicate web linking all 12 lanterns. Within this luminescent circle, the air felt weightier, yet strangely alive. The scent of lavender intensified, reminiscent of my grandmother's perfume. The porch swing shifted slightly, though no breeze stirred, as if someone had settled beside me. I remained motionless, observing the pulsating silver threads, resembling a heartbeat. In their soft glow, shadowy figures seemed to dance between the lanterns, elusive forms hinting at familiarity. The longer I gazed, the clearer the understanding dawned upon me. These were not mere lanterns, they were custodians of memory, protectors of ancestral lore. Their reluctance to illuminate was not a malfunction, but an invitation. On nights when the veil between past and present thinned, they veiled themselves in darkness to unveil profound truths. Time slipped away as I sat there, enveloped in the nocturnal serenade and the subtle movements of the shadows. As dawn approached, the silver threads faded with the light's arrival, dissipating entirely with the first rays of sunlight. When I stood from the swing, my grandmother's brass lighter felt warmer in my pocket. Testing the first lantern once more, it ignited instantly, casting a steady glow. One by one, I kindled each lantern, concluding the morning ritual that mirrored the evening's routine. In the growing daylight, the lanterns shimmered with memories, not solely of my grandmother, but of all who had tended them before her. Their stories resided here, inscribed in shadow and light, awaiting nights when darkness unveiled their deeper truths. I kept that night's revelation to myself, attuning to the lantern's refusal to ignite. Sometimes it coincided with a family member's anniversary of passing, other times on evenings of unforeseen significance revealed later. The circle of unlit lanterns became my inherited secret, a reminder that some lights must fade for subtler illuminations to emerge. On tranquil evenings, as I sit on the porch swing amidst the lantern's golden glow, I ponder how darkness isn't mere absence of light. Sometimes it embodies a different presence, narrating stories understood only in the language of shadows and silence. Story 34, The Lighthouse's Whisper. The rhythmic pulse of waves against weathered stone enveloped my senses as I ventured down the winding path leading to the lighthouse. The evening breeze carried a tang of salt and seaweed, intermingling with the earthy scent of damp soil left by the afternoon rain. Each step I took on the damp ground was accompanied by the gentle swish of tall grass dancing in the coastal wind. Standing tall before me, the lighthouse emanated an otherworldly aura in the dimming twilight, its white walls adorned with peeling paint that revealed layers of bygone tales. As the lighthouse keeper's assistant, its presence had always been a steadfast part of my existence. Yet this night, an unspoken shift tingled in the air. Unlocking the heavy wooden door with an iron key that felt icy against my palm, it groaned open with a deep resonance that reverberated through the circular chamber. Upon entering, a familiar blend of brass and mineral oil greeted me, accompanied by an elusive fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. My steps echoed softly on the stone floor as I began the ascent up the spiral staircase. 142 steps, each whispering beneath my feet on this peculiar night. The usual sounds of the lighthouse, the rhythmic ticking of the clockwork, the gentle hum of wind through ventilation shafts, seemed hushed as if veiled by a misty shroud. The brass handrail, usually cool to the touch, now exuded an unexplained warmth against my skin amidst the cool evening air. Ascending further, I noticed subtle anomalies. A faint writing-like marking on the pristine walls, the logbook left ajar with an entry penned in my own hand, describing a phenomenon of light vanishing into the fog. Upon reaching the watch room just below the lantern room, the open logbook on the desk fluttered inexplicably, its pages rustling without a breeze in sight. The final entry, detailing the enigmatic disappearance of light, perplexed me as the temperature drops with each step closer to the lantern room. In the lantern room, the magnificent Fresnel lens glittered, refracting the lamp's light into a mesmerizing display. Yet, peering through the glass panes, I found no beam piercing the encroaching darkness. The sea below lay still, like liquid obsidian, devoid of starlit reflections under a clear night sky that merged seamlessly with the ink-black horizon. The logbook's cryptic message lingered in my thoughts. As I gazed out, the absence of the beam revealed shadowy patches on the water, moving with an eerie purpose, shaping an enigmatic language in the absence of light. The humming from the lens intensified, resonating through the room like a melodic secret whispered by the night. Time warped within the lantern room, with the moon's swift journey across the sky contrasting the clock's sluggish progression. The lens's rotations twisted the darkness outside, forming incomprehensible shapes that defied logic, while the air itself felt pregnant with an unknown energy, a prelude to an unspoken revelation. Descending the stairs felt akin to traversing through veils of reality askew, each step resonating with a subtle dissonance. The lighthouse, once a mere beacon, now seemed to exist in the liminal space between worlds, its purpose transcending the mundane act of guiding ships through the night. The following morning, the logbook bore no trace of the night's enigma. The tools lay orderly, and the light beamed normally across the waters. Yet, in the quiet of certain nights, a faint echo of that mysterious humming returns, a fleeting reminder of the lighthouse's whispered secret. In those moments, I ponder if the lighthouse doesn't merely illuminate darkness, but converses with it in a language of light and shadow beyond human comprehension. The enigma of that night lingers, wrapped in layers of uncertainty that shift with each recollection, as the lighthouse maintains its eternal watch. And I mine, knowing some mysteries are best left untangled, their truths veiled in the interplay of light and shadow, known and unknown, seen and unseen. Story 35. In the quiet embrace of autumn rain, my study became a sanctuary of gentle melodies, the soft patter against the windows lulling me into a peaceful state. Surrounded by the warm glow of an ancient desk lamp, a circle of light enveloped me while shadows danced in the corners of the room. This house, once my grandmother's, now whispered stories of generations past, nestled within its Victorian walls. As I sifted through faded family documents, a familiar touch caught my attention, a weathered leather-bound journal, its secrets waiting to be unveiled. With no markings to guide me, I opened its pages to find my grandmother's delicate script, a window to her world. Amongst mundane entries on house maintenance, a single passage stirred a curiosity within me. Found another door in the root cellar today. It shouldn't be there. The foundation plans show solid wall. With the rain as my witness, I pondered these cryptic words, a mystery beckoning me to explore. The creak of my reading chair echoed through the silent house as I made my way to the cellar door, its brass handle gleaming in the dim light. With a subtle turn of the key, I descended into the cool embrace of the root cellar, a realm of earthy scents and forgotten whispers. Amidst familiar stone walls and shelves of bygone treasures, a subtle shift in the texture of a wall drew me closer. Tracing the mortar lines with my fingertips, a hidden mechanism revealed itself, a secret passage unveiled, beckoning me with silent promises of the unknown. Descending the staircase revealed a world untouched by time, where warmth and fragrances of a distant summer garden greeted me. The staircase spiraled downwards, each step leading me further into a realm of enchantment, where the very air hummed with ancient energies. As time wavered in this mysterious space, the walls shimmered with iridescence, as if whispering tales of forgotten lore. Sounds of distant melodies and murmurs teased my senses, elusive yet ever present in the background harmony of this hidden sanctuary. Reaching a landing adorned with cryptic symbols that seemed to dance before my eyes, I knew this was a threshold not meant to be crossed today. Seated in contemplation, the space enveloped me in a tranquil embrace, neither foreboding nor inviting, but simply existing as a testament to the enigmas of the universe. Returning to the surface, the cellar resumed its mundane facade, the hidden door closing with a soft click, as if to seal away its secrets once more. Back in my study, the rain continued its serenade against the windows, a reminder of the ephemeral nature of mysteries. Beneath the initial journal entry, a faint inscription revealed itself. Some questions are answers in themselves. Some doors exist not to be passed through, but to remind us of what lies beyond our understanding. These words lingered in the air, a gentle reminder of the boundaries between knowledge and wonder. The staircase remained untouched, a testament to the allure of the unknown, a bridge between the tangible and the intangible. In moments of quiet reflection, when the rain painted melodies on the windows and the dusk wrapped the world in a hazy embrace, I would revisit the journal, tracing its weathered cover with reverence. The mystery of the hidden staircase persisted, not as a puzzle to be solved, but as a testament to the delicate balance between curiosity and acceptance. In the twilight realm between wakefulness and slumber, where questions find solace without answers, I found solace in the embrace of the unknown, where the whispers of the past mingled with the dreams of tomorrow. Story 36. The gentle sound of rain tapping against my window lulled me into a peaceful trance as I settled into my grandmother's old rocking chair. The droplets danced down the glass, painting intricate patterns like whispers from another time. Cradled in my lap was a weathered leather journal, heavy with the weight of untold mysteries, a relic discovered in the depths of her attic after she departed this world. Within its pages lay the tale of an enigmatic autumn that had captured her youthful spirit, penned in her elegant script that felt like a melody of the past. The rain outside seemed to echo her words, creating a harmonious symphony that beckoned me to delve into her narrative, letting it envelop me like a comforting embrace. My dearest journal, her words began, transporting me to a village veiled in morning fog, cloaked in the essence of autumn's embrace. The air held a crispness that hinted at the changing seasons, carrying whispers of fallen leaves and the faint scent of wood smoke. But as she traversed the cobblestone streets, a peculiar absence caught her attention. There were no shadows to be found. The sun's golden rays bathed the quaint buildings in a luminous glow, yet the darkness that typically danced at their feet had vanished, leaving behind an eerie emptiness. The villagers moved through their daily rituals with an ethereal grace, seemingly unaffected by the absence of shadows. Each step they took, each task they performed, was executed with a fluidity that bordered on the surreal, as if they floated through life untethered by earthly constraints. My grandmother had arrived in this enigmatic village to stay with a woman known as Aunt Margaret, a family friend who had woven herself into their lives like a thread of familiarity. Aunt Margaret's abode, a Victorian masterpiece adorned with intricate trimmings, exuded a warmth that transcended the physical realm. Yet even within its walls, shadows refused to manifest, leaving objects suspended in a dreamlike state of weightlessness. "It has caught your eye, hasn't it?" Aunt Margaret's gentle voice broke the silence, her movements as graceful as a waltz. She poured a cup of tea, the delicate clink of porcelain punctuating the air. The shadows, she continued, settling into her chair with a knowing smile. The shadows had departed from the village 3 generations ago, a mystery shrouded in folklore and speculation. Some believed they had been stolen by a wandering merchant of curiosities, while others thought they had simply grown weary of mimicking human forms. Aunt Margaret, however, hinted at a deeper truth, one that blurred the lines between reality and myth. As days turned into nights in the shadowless village, my grandmother's observations unveiled a tapestry of wonders that defied logic. The birds sang melodies unheard of, the flowers bloomed with an inner radiance, and time itself unfurled like a leisurely river, meandering through the days in a dance of endless grace. The villagers had adapted to their unique existence with an ingenuity that bordered on magic, creating art forms that played with light in ways unseen before. The children, unburdened by the memory of shadows, reveled in a world where light held sway over darkness, their games and creations a testament to the boundless possibilities that lay before them. One evening, as the moon hung low in the sky, my grandmother posed a question to Aunt Margaret amidst the glow of her garden. Had anyone attempted to bring back the shadows that had departed so long ago? Aunt Margaret's response was steeped in wisdom, a revelation that resonated deep within my grandmother's soul. The shadows had not been stolen or banished. They had chosen to depart, leaving behind a village bathed in an eternal glow that transcended the boundaries of time and space. With winter's chill descending upon the village, the landscape transformed into a realm of ethereal beauty. The first snowfall draped the world in a blanket of shimmering crystals, each flake a mirror reflecting the light of 1,000 stars. The absence of shadows lent an otherworldly quality to the village, a place where reality merged with dreams, and the ordinary became extraordinary. Aunt Margaret's words lingered in the air like a benediction, a reminder that sometimes the most profound truths lie in the spaces between light and darkness. On the eve of her departure, my grandmother and Aunt Margaret sat on the porch, savoring tea that tasted of moonlight and memories. The stars above shimmered in silent reverence, painting a tableau of cosmic wonder that mirrored the enchantment of the village below. Aunt Margaret's parting question lingered in the air, a whisper carried on the breeze. Would my grandmother write of their shadowless sanctuary? Her response, a promise to immortalize their tale, carried with it a bittersweet realization that some stories are not meant to be believed, but felt in the depths of one's being. As I closed the journal, the rain outside continued its gentle serenade, and a subtle shift in the room caught my attention. My reflection in the glass seemed to waver, as if my own shadow hesitated on the threshold of existence. With a sense of tranquility settling over me, I embraced the mystery of my grandmother's narrative, allowing its essence to intertwine with my own dreams. In a village without shadows, where light held dominion over darkness, her story lived on in whispers of a timeless reverie, a reminder that in the absence of shadows, the light within us shines brightest. Story 37. The soft murmur of the wind through the autumn leaves whispered a gentle lullaby as I wandered along the forest path that night. The air carried the earthy fragrance of nature's cycle, fallen leaves surrendering to the earth, mushrooms emerging in hidden nooks, and the final sweet exhale of summer flowers yielding to autumn's embrace. The setting sun cast long shadows among the trees, their branches stretching like delicate tendrils across my way. These evening strolls had always brought solace, a respite from the confines of indoor spaces. The forest held a unique quiet, alive with subtle rustlings and distant murmurs, a symphony of nature's whispers. But this night, a shift lingered in the air. The customary chorus of crickets seemed hushed, as if attuned to a presence in the growing darkness. As the last rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy, the first call of an owl pierced the quiet. familiar yet serene, its melodic hoots echoed through the woods. Yet it was not the owl's call that held me spellbound, but the response that followed. Another owl's voice joined in, weaving an unfamiliar melody into the night. Soon, more voices joined the nocturnal choir, each adding its unique cadence to the ethereal symphony. The sounds seemed to emanate from all directions, enveloping the forest in a mystical harmony. As the temperature dropped, a delicate mist rose from the earth, ethereal wisps dancing in the moonlight. Through the veils of fog, I observed a peculiar dance of shadows among the trees, moving with a grace that defied the fading light. Time lost its meaning as I stood transfixed, my senses attuned to the owl's mesmerizing song. The mist thickened, revealing shapes that floated between solid and ephemeral, their movements a silent ballet in harmony with the nocturnal melody. Features began to materialize within the mist, hints of wings, ancient eyes, forms shifting between bird and something beyond comprehension. Entranced, I swayed to the forest's rhythm, feeling a profound serenity wash over me. Despite the strangeness of the spectacle, fear found no place in my heart, only a deep connection to the ancient ritual unfolding before me. The owl's song evolved, intricately layered with meanings that eluded my grasp. The misty forms drew nearer, their dance growing more intricate, offering glimpses of unfamiliar realms within their movements. Moonlit clearings, ancient trees, and celestial stars painted a surreal tapestry in the twilight. Guided by the owl's melody, I found myself walking once more, the path beneath my feet a blend of familiarity and mystery. Landmarks I knew appeared altered, infused with the enchantment of the night. As I neared the forest's edge, the mist began to dissipate, the otherworldly chorus fading into silence. One by one, the owl voices receded until only one remained, the gentle hoot that had initiated the nocturnal symphony. And then, even that lone voice dissolved into the night, leaving behind a profound stillness pregnant with enigma. Stepping out of the woods, my watch suddenly resumed its ticking. According to its hands, merely an hour had slipped by, contradicting the timeless journey I had traversed. The misty dancers had vanished, leaving behind ordinary shadows in the early evening. In the ensuing days, I continued my twilight walks, though the mysterious chorus and its spectral audience never graced my path again. Occasionally, on silent nights, a distant echo of that ethereal harmony teased my senses, or a flicker at the edge of vision hinted at unseen movements. Yet the full symphony remained elusive, a memory akin to a dream more vivid than reality. The forest clung to its mysteries, unveiling them only in moments of perfect twilight, when the line between reality and fantasy blurred. Still, as dusk descends, I walk the forest paths, pausing when an owl's call pierces the gathering dark. And sometimes, just sometimes, I catch a faint whisper of a response, carrying the promise of another dance between shadow and light, choreographed by the solitary owl's timeless melody.